Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. I hope you're having a wonderful time. You can call me Dragon, and today we'll be playing on the official Minecraft server for the community. And I already started the game up, so there's nothing else to it than just get started, pretty much. Let me just unmute down there. Swap the layout to Minecraft. Oh. Down. Alright. So, what has happened since last time? Also, I think is it turning night or is it turning day? I can't tell. But let's try and catch you up to speed on what we've been up to. So this is what my place currently looks like. Don't mind that weird ass structure over there for the moment. But not much has changed since last. I've been dabbling into like expanding the area a little bit and replacing the torches with some more fitting light sources. I started going into one of the mods. Oh, it is turning night. Which is what those trees are all about, and those, I don't know what they're calling in, posts, altars, whatever. It's all pretty cool, but I think I needed like some more stuff before I could get further with that mod in particular. So I decided to do some other stuff instead first. Amongst other things, some things that I have now is I've got a goblin. Actually, I do have 3 goblins, actually. Who is now a permanent inventory at my place. And the other one should be over here. Like he's attached to the same post somehow. But yeah. He also works. And this is a pretty good way of getting more netherite scrap out of your ancient debris, amongst other things. Like I found out I can sell him carrots for an entire emerald per carrot. Which is pretty dumb. I've also made an underground area here, where I have a regular trader goblin if I want to make use of him. Which this place is mainly just to get these crystal things here. Which can be used as decorative blocks and also as makeshift light sources, which are, you know, pretty cool because they've got vibrant colors and all that. And this is just an elevator block, so just really far down because crystal needs to be far down before it grows. But yeah, so this tower here is because I wanted to make these blackstone lamps. But in order to make blackstone lamps, you needed shroom light, which, you know, you get in the nether, and this is me farming those crimson mushrooms or whatever they're called again. Other than that, I mean, the crate stuff I haven't really touched since I built it at the end of the last stream, because it just works at the moment. I can get all the things that you need to get into Create pretty much. Apart from, no, actually, yeah, I did manage to get that too. I found out that this, this grinding and washing machine is perfect at also making dough out of wheat. Which, of course, you can use that to make bread with if you put it into a furnace. But most importantly, what I needed it for were slime balls. Because you need that in order to make something called super glue. You need that in order to make more advanced contraptions with Create. Now, in order to continue that though, I needed cacti, which is... I've set up this expansion over here, so now I've got sugar cane, melons, pumpkins, and also a bit of cacti growing. And I haven't actually touched this since I planted these initial ones, so I should probably expand this. Why not have something that's faster? Nope. Fair enough. Something else that happened since last stream is that we tried to update the mod pack. Well, I mean, we did succeed in updating it, but the reason why I say try is because we wanted to try and accomplish something with it, but unfortunately it doesn't seem to really have done what I wanted it to do. The main issue is that, oh, I also need to have like some place to walk in between. I'll think about that later. But the issue was that there's been like this problem where you would be growing certain trees, and when they turn into full-grown trees, the server won't synchronize probably with like specific trees. So only the bottom blocks will actually show up. Amongst those are the one from the Malum mod. These... shit, what are they called again? Are they just sold? No, Runewood. That's what they're called. These trees here, which are pretty useful, which kind of sucks. Other things that are affected are like the corundum, that's those crystal blocks I showed you just a moment ago. They also don't update properly, and I can't for the life of me figure out why that is. Something that we're gonna try moving forward, which I talked with Peak about yesterday, is to try and like remove more client-side mods until maybe, hopefully it just resolves itself that way. Because maybe there's like some kind of climate mod that's like affecting it. And the reason why I'm saying that it's got to be like something on the server is that it works fine in single player. You can start up a single player and play the mod pack just fine without having those issues, so it means that there's something that we have to do on the server side in order to get it working. And unfortunately, the answer was not a newer version of Forge or anything like that, which we've swapped into. Similarly, we also updated Create, amongst other things, but Create's Ponder still breaks, as far as I can tell. And the reason this time around is that we were waiting for an update to Botania, which should resolve that issue, at least from what I could read up on yesterday. There is like a resolution to the problem. It's just they fixed it, but that version of Botania needs to come out before we can fix it. I'm a little bit unsure as to why though, because when we encountered the pondering originally, were we even using Botania? I'm trying to remember now. Because I don't remember if I tested out Create before I added all the magic mods. Now I'm doubting myself. Oh well. But yeah, so I think one of the things I want to do moving forward is that I want to move all the Create stuff into an actual factory. That would be one of the next major steps. And I don't know exactly where I want to put it, but I'm thinking that where this giant nether wart chunk is currently sitting, that would be sort of where I want to have all these applications squeezed in somehow. So we're talking like this entire setup needs to be condensed and made more like smaller and somehow fit into that small square down there, whilst also building up a factory around it somehow. Not sure if I can accomplish that, but there's only one way to figure out. It would either be that or build it into this area here, but then that would mean that I would have to tear down all the Create stuff I've built so far in order to, before I can build it again, which means that while the factory is not built, I won't have access to any of these applications again. Which means that grinding ores and such is going to be a little bit of a pain in the ass, so it's important that I make sure to do get all the materials I need before taking that decision at least. But I'm sure it's gonna be fine. We'll figure it out. I've also checked out Peak's place. He hasn't really been progressing super fast because he's been distracted a lot lately, but he is still working on his setup over there. He's got some Botania going. I haven't been to Ammo's place yet, but I reckon I should be able to. Once I won't take the trip until He's got like a waystone in like a permanent position though, because I don't want to have to do the trip multiple times. Anyway, what to do first? Well, getting a factory down. Can I actually make it fit here? Because if I don't do that, then I would have to figure out what else to put here. Because I'm actually strongly considering just building it up here, but it means I gotta like tear all this down. There's also like some chests here with a lot of resources that would have to be moved. Including this entire drawer system. Should have all the things crafted that I need. Oh yeah, also like this contraption is for the precision device, whatever they're calling it. Precision device, right? A mechanism. These things, which are a little bit of a tricky thing to make, but it's not too difficult. Basically, you gotta run a gold sheet through a sequence of these deployers, just like I have here. And the way that it works right now is that there are these funnels here which have filters on them. So this filter only moves incomplete precision mechanisms and gold sheets at a rate of 1 at a time. Goes down this belt and then, you know, past the deployers, which are fed with these chutes, the 3 different materials that you need in order to make the precision device. Then it just returns back to that original barrel. And of course, if it's not completed yet, it'll keep going around. And then if it is completed, then anything that's not these 2 materials basically will go to this output chest. And it's important that you basically set it to not be any of these 2, because it can output more things than the precision device. So that way you make sure it actually extracts everything. And it just works. Now, Ammo did say that he would be playing today, so he'll probably pop in some time later when he's available, unless, you know, things have changed. Who knows, he might even be starting it up right now. But for the time being, let me do a inventory check, I think. That's what we should do. Okay, so I've got plenty of iron, still a good amount of gold. Oh yeah, I could show that as well. I forgot that I did some progress on that as well. But yeah, I think we have all the materials we need in order to move the factory and build it like I want it to. We'll see. But before I do that, I'll just show you real quick as well what I managed to accomplish. Because I do play like Minecraft throughout the week as well. So in here, I've got 3 spawners now. One for Blaze, one for Wither skeletons, and one for spiders. Cave spiders to be exact. This bar is here so that you can still attack them without them being able to get through. And I have upgraded these spawners so they spawn fairly frequently. And they spawn a couple mobs at a time, so it's not like the most, you know, the quickest mob spawning setup in the world, but it works. Definitely works. And it absolutely beats having to go to the nether to find wither skeletons. As far as I know, it's pretty safe. So I can basically get as many nether stars as I want now. I've also got rainbow sheep now. He helped me locate some. Don't know why they're not, the grass isn't growing here though. That is something I have no clue as to why that is. Works all the other places. But regardless, I've at least got rainbow sheep. And their wool is essentially like white wool. You can dye it any color you want. And on top of that, they've also got like a few recipes you can make with it. Namely like this rainbow bed. And you can also make rainbow carpet. Like so. Unfortunately, you can't choose the orientation of these, so they'll always go in the same direction. And the same with the wool blocks. They've got like a fixed orientation too, so sadly you can't place them down like you would a pillar and choose the direction of the pattern. I think that would definitely improve the quality of that particular block, but maybe they didn't do that because you can't do that easily. I don't know. I don't know how hard that is to do. Wouldn't imagine it to be too difficult though. Put you in there. Nothing in. Also been doing a good amount of mining because nice all day. Now, if we want to move all this stuff here, that's going to be a major task in and of itself. But I think the easiest approach would be to put these barrels in a sack of holding for now. That one doesn't need to. Only a few blocks. There's this up here, but they don't need to be in a sack of holding because that's just how the drawers work. They don't drop their items on the floor. All of this here, a bit in the same way. Stupid flies, get out of here. We actually found out a little bit about the flies, what they're useful for. So when you kill them, they have a chance of dropping a maggot. And at a first glance, you know, you're like, okay, you can eat this as a makeshift food type that's just really bad. But on closer inspection, if you have the book associated to the Alex's Mobs mod, it tells you that the maggots can be used or fed to other animals in order to tame them. So it's basically like a stepping stone, if you will, in order to tame other animals from the mod in question. Need a barrel, I think. We'll just put all this stuff in a temporary box. Put it there, I guess. And let's do the... yeah, like this. Is there anything else? I mean, there's this one with blocks of coal in it, but I won't really need that moving forward. This is all empty. Should be. Alright. Of course, that one would be. So that means all of this shouldn't have, like, any stuff inside it. There are, of course, these filters, but that is not an issue. Yep. All in there, I guess. Get rid of all that random junk I've got on me. Gold watches are pretty useful, but the way that I made these are a bit expensive. You put there. Oh, that's true. I need to make an ender backpack. Let me actually make an end chest right now. Guess I'll need to make, what, 3 of them? Okay. Can afford that. Oh, right, I can't even store this crushed gold anywhere. Burn it. Smelt it. Not the most efficient, but whatever. Do I have some obsidian? Three of those. Then we need some string, leather, and wool. String here, leather. And then the wool should be in a box out here somewhere. Like all these items I haven't really put in the storage system because I guess this could have been put in there, but yeah, some of these things are a little bit special, like spawn eggs, for instance. Let's make one of these. Wait, I need 2 more. Just more. There we go. Because we finally made it like it was used to be, where you can't just like put these backpacks into backpacks. What you can do is that you can put those backpacks into your ender chest though. It also works for shulker boxes and literally any other inventory. Just to make it a little bit more challenging, I suppose you could say. Because it's a little bit overpowered being able to put a backpack in a backpack in a backpack in a backpack ad infinitum when they've got this much space in them, because then you can just have like 7 backpacks here which have all the different storage blocks in them. I actually don't, now that I think about it, I wonder if nested backpacks like that would work with the filters. Because one thing I did for this particular mining backpack is that if you apply a filter to it and it's in your inventory, it'll automatically pick up stuff into this bag if you according to those filters. So in this case I've set it up so that any raw ore automatically gets inserted into it. But I wonder if it would be able to tell if it was in a nested backpack like that. I guess we'll never know. I definitely can say though that it doesn't work with the ender chest backpack, because that one obviously puts things into a global ender chest. You care about there. We do have andesite in big style over here, so might as well just add that to the collection. Those away. I think this is pretty much all that we need for now. If I remember correctly, I should have some extra backpacks somewhere. I do remember I made a couple, but where did I put those? Might have put them up. Okay, so there's one here, but why is that one pink again? Shoot. I'm pretty sure there's a reason why this is got that color. Because I did start to think about what colors I wanted to use, like this one is mining. Oh shit. Now that I think about it, where's my Create backpack? Oh, don't tell me. Don't tell me that because we changed that config and I logged in and those backpacks were deleted. No, no. No. Please. Please don't tell me that's the case. Fuck. I should have thought about that before we changed it. Well, rip all my create contraptions, I guess. I literally have nothing on that end. Oh, fuck. That means I've also lost all my precision devices and... Ah, fuck. Oh, that sucks. That's kind of terrible. Why did they do it like that? Dude, that's so... I'm just realizing now how many materials we're talking about. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Well... I guess that means I gotta postpone building the factory because I have... I mean, other than the things that I have over there already, I don't have anything else to build the factory with. Oh god, okay, well this is gonna be the big crafting session then. Because I need to redo a lot of stuff. Crap. Obviously I could go in and respawn it just through creative mode or whatever. But then I would have to like help out everyone else who might have played on the server and be subject to this. So... Oh, now it's really annoying that I've this down. Oh well. So, in fairness sake, I won't do that. Oh, damn. That's a lot of things that I gotta remake, though. Most annoyingly, all these gears in, like, massive quantities. Ah, for fuck's sake. Oh, that's gonna take like at least an hour and a half or something like that, just to get back to where I was. Well, no reason to bitch about it, I guess. First things first, though. Before we do that, we need a new backpack. So we need wool, string, and we needed leather. Thankfully I've got a lot of that stuff around. I do also have looting free, so getting more shouldn't be a problem at the moment at least. Not sure why the grass blocks down at the rainbow sheep were like not popping through. I can show you why I'm a little bit confused on that one. That was fortune hammer. I need silk touch. Could really use a shovel with silk touch, but this is good enough. Now let's see. The noise in here is ridiculous. So why are you guys not in grass? This is my current setup. I've got like a torch down here and grass blocks. But and normally like I've got the exact same setup in these cubicles for the other animals, and it works just fine. Though I do remember that when I started building this place, it was a bit slow to start with. As far as I know though, it's not like like doing this won't help me out either, because there won't be any grass growing on those blocks anyway. Could try and do something like, say this. Because that should allow grass to grow diagonally up and across. Let's just keep it like that, and then I can check it later to see if that actually works, instead of doing the full thing now. We will need a lot more wool though, because I have to remake all the pieces to make windmills with as well. We might also have to go, yeah, we also have to go and grab a bunch of kelp again, because that is what you need in order to make conveyor belts. And all my kelp was invested into the conveyor belts that no longer exists. Ah, that is so fucking obnoxious. I was kind of hoping that changing that setting would just like pop the bags out of your inventory when it would realize that oh, you're not allowed to have nested backpacks like that. But I guess that's not a thing, so I have this weird suspicion that it's because it's too far underground or something. In particular over there. At first I thought it would maybe be like due to too little light being present or something, but that hasn't quite shown itself to be the case. At least it works for the regular sheep, so they shouldn't run out of grass as far as I know. Oh, hey there, Isopat. Boy, I almost didn't see you there. That was a bit empty, so hope I didn't miss out for too long. And that you've already left. I didn't mean to ignore you. Just like single line up there. Put the raw beef up there. You in storage. I have everything I need for making backpacks. I'll need, what did I have again? I had a create backpack. And then one more, but I can't remember what it was for. I just remember it was purple. Oh yeah, it was magic stuff. Wonder where that went, because all my magic stuff's in here, which isn't a lot at the moment. Well, there and one other box. Oh well. Make those into medium backpacks. Those ones. Make those into large back. The undyed version. And then I will need a piece of yellow dye. Pink flowers in here. Yep. I can use a goldenrod. Well, I could also just use a dandelion. And the other one was like magenta colored, I think it was. Oh, is it allium? Do they produce magenta dye again? Goody good. Then let's go and name these bags. Just for good measure. So you will be Create. And you will be Magic. Still don't remember what this pink one is for, but maybe it can be like for gemstones or something. I don't know. Just put that in there for now. And means I don't need you anymore. Still need a ton of wool though. One thing at a time. Oh right, I don't have store grass blocks in the head up yet. Put that in one of these. Okay, clear out some space here. You can put the ender chest backpack into a regular backpack, and that way you can like keep it along with you without cluttering up your main inventory. Does mean that you have a bit of swapping back and forth, but it's not the end of the world. I think I might as well also turn this thing on, because I do remember we need a bunch of brass plates. Up that. Should be pretty fast at least. And I also need some of that. This. I think that's all the plates I need. I don't think I need copper plates. I can remember. While that is doing its thing, make use of the fact that there's a workbench here. I need to use a lot of andesite now. They make 1 billion buttons. I could really use the crafting halo from Botania right now. That would make this so much easier. Because in order to make gears, you basically have an andesite alloy ingot in the middle, and then you're surrounded by buttons, and that gives you 8 cogwheels. And then you do a similar thing, but only with 4 buttons, the rest being just regular planks. So basically the same resource costs. Set this pattern up right. There we go. Then you get large cogwheels instead. Obviously not as many, but it's still the same recipe, just with less steps. And the reason why we need a lot of these again is not necessarily because I need it for the contraptions per se. I think doing that for contraptions would be fine. But because you need it in order to make these precision devices. And those eat a lot of these gears, cogwheels. Because it's like, what was it again? So you make these precision mechanisms by running this golden sheet through this setup 5 times. Like, you've got to repeat this sequence 5 times. Which in essence means that in order to maybe make a precision mechanism, you need at least 1 golden sheet, 5 cogwheels, 5 large cogwheels, and 5 iron nuggets per thing. And in case you didn't notice, there's a 20% chance that it fails as well, so... You know, not every craft is going to be a guaranteed precision mechanism, unfortunately. And that's really why you want to automate the whole process. Because doing that stuff by hand is... That's sort of a pain in the ass, to say the least. I remember Ammo, he did it at first when we messed around with Create the first time around. I would never do that. Honestly, just automate it from the beginning. It makes it so much more convenient. Similar to how I would really have preferred this to be automated too, but that's a little bit more tricky to set up. Yeah, I go... Oh, right. Fuck. Oh, oh, I forgot that I pulled those boxes down. That means they're in here. Okay, it's not that bad. It's gotta be like these. Just a matter of which is which. Because as far as I know, there's no way of telling what's inside. It just says there's content sealed within. But not what content. And in order to make these, it goes small, large, iron nugget. Right. And since it comes from the right, it's a little bit the opposite direction or order or whatever you want to call that. At least getting the iron nuggets is pretty straightforward, and I have more than enough here at the moment. The reason why I want these is because it allows you to make some really cool high tier stuff for Create. It allows you to make a rotation speed controller and a mechanical arm. And the mechanical arm is basically like a Factorio inserter, if you've ever played Factorio, but in Minecraft. So think an inserter with configurable in and outputs. And it can like interact with multiple locations at the same time, and it's in three-dimensional space. That gives you a little bit of an idea on just how flexible this arm is. Okay, I think we're done with the plates at least, so that's one problem out of my hair. That means I can turn that off and turn this machine on. Also fairly fast. I don't know if we can afford like probably not make that many at a time. I need to upgrade that barrel really. Maybe we can do that real quick while it's working. The speed controllers as well that you can make the precision mechanism are really useful too. They're essentially condensed gear shifts where you can just tell it how fast you want it to be. Hey Cellfire, welcome to How are you doing? I caught you immediately. Good to see you, good to see you. What are you up to today or tonight? This evening? Okay, that's easy to upgrade. Oop. I think a gold chest is gonna be... Keep falling asleep. Oh, what a terrible disaster that would be. Isn't it like already late at your place? Or is it not that late yet? Sleepy all day. That was me, the not last week has been pretty decent, but the week prior to that. Just works. Already have 11 precision mechanisms. Look like cookies. I don't remember if you can actually make cookies with Create. I mean, obviously you can, but... Yeah, that would just be shape crafting. Create does have chocolate though. How do you even make chocolate in Create? Sugar and cocoa beans and milk. Mix it all up and you get chocolate. You want a cookie now? You're welcome. Could make some cookies. In game, at least. So Selfire, unfortunately, I gotta kind of like postpone that idea a little bit. The issue is that I wanted to move this whole factory setup into like a proper thing, like proper built place. But I realized that my Create backpack was gone, so I have to like rebuild all the parts that I had in that backpack originally. Fuck out of here. Because we changed like a server configuration setting, so you can't put these backpacks into each other anymore. You can still put things into an ender chest though. And then that way, through a ender chest backpack, have access to things just to make it a little bit less OP basically. But yeah, when we changed the config to prevent you from being able to do that, I didn't realize at first, and only like today, that my backpacks that were inside this backpack were actually nowhere to be seen. And I didn't just have them in a chest anywhere, they were just gone. And I had like a Create backpack this size, which was halfway full with just Create related contraptions, so losing all that is not a fun thing. You didn't see much April 1st stuff either. Yeah, it's weird. I like, so Peak, he mentioned it, I think the day before, that it would be the 1st of April. That, oh, like, oh, I don't trust anyone, and like, oh yeah, right, that's a thing and such. But then 1st of April went by and I didn't see a single like April Fool's thing. Only Factorio found one by mistake. I even went on to Facebook today just to see if there was any posts or reposts there. Nothing. Just nothing. Just scrolling down. Nothing, 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 nothing. I don't know. Maybe it's just people forgot that it's the 1st of April this year because other things are on people's minds these days. So they can't really get around to be joking around. I don't know. I found it just as weird myself. Because normally you see that stuff like all over the place, but this year it's just like non-existent. Which is kind of strange. That's at least what I felt. Okay, we can turn this off. But yeah, maybe we all just live under a rock. Not even stuff on YouTube from people. Yeah, like, did the world just forget that it's the 1st of April? I mean, granted, Europe's in a bit of a focus shift at the moment, including the US as well, I would imagine, and other parts of the world too, to some extent, I suppose. So it's not completely, like, unexplainable, maybe? But that's the only thing that I could think of which might have made a difference. Hello, Silence. Oh, Silent S? As like in Silent S? From across your space. Alright. Welcome to. Renowned. Dylanik. I cannot pronounce that. Stylinekios Sean. Wow, I cannot pronounce that. Yeah, I was just about to say that definitely does seem harder to say to pronounce. Silent Kyushion. Okay. In what language is it pronounced that way? Now I want to know that. Where the heck is my kelp farm? I remember that I planted a bunch, but not where. Alder, Rusty Fingers, what's your favorite Pokemon? Oh god, I think I'm the wrong person to ask that kind of question. The only Pokemon games I've played are Pokemon Yellow, Red, and Pokemon Stadium. So I don't even know the names of many of the newer Pokemon. I don't even fully remember all the names of the Pokemon from the olden games. Yeah, when you mention the names, I can probably visualize them. Like, I've seen a lot of the newer generation Pokemon, but I don't know. I mean, as a kid, it used to be Pikachu, but I think that was just because of, you know, all the movies and the TV show and everything. Like, I still got, like, Pikachu plushies at my mom's place. In big style. Inukitut. Wow. What's the green dot ball in the air do? That's elemental craft. It's an elemental node of, I guess it would be earth element. You can set up extraction devices and gather elemental energy that way from these nodes. They generate all around the world. As far as I remember, you can also move them around, but it's been a while since I've messed with elemental craft, so I can't quite remember all the things you can do with it. It's not like a massive mod, and you get to the end of what you can do with it fairly quickly. Which also means, you know, it's not like the most difficult thing to get started with, of course. But it's pretty interesting. Does require a little bit of engineering, though. Written multiple sexual fanfics of your favorite trainers. Okay. Nice. Nice, I guess. If you're into that kind of stuff. It's quite how we like a coffee. Nah, I think I'm good. Also sounds like you're a little bit biased there. Like Snorlax. Dude, Snorlax. As a kid, I had trying to figure out how to get past Snorlax in the old Pokemon games. I don't know. When you can't read English, that's a little bit difficult, you know? Having basically to rely on your mother's help in order to translate things for you. Alright, Walder. I know this is like a mature stream, but geez. If you really want to share that kind of stuff, there is like a not safe for work section on my Discord channel. Oh, god damn it, Selfie. Now I just got reminded of that scene of Luke Skywalker in the new trilogy. That blue milk stuff. God damn it. I blame you, chat. For only $59 and $60. And have the other 10 pages. Alright, Walter. I think this should be enough kelp. Can milk cows into your mouth IRL fairly easily. I've never done, like I've never been at I've never worked at a farm is what I should say in that sense. I've only helped my friend who lived on a farm very rare occasions. They did had cows as well, though I don't think they were dairy cows. They were how do you even say that? They were keeping cows for the meat, not for the milk, I guess. But yeah, beef. I remember that that one time when I, you know, wanted to be a good friend and help him out, so that because he was, you know, he grew up on that farm, and that meant that he basically got forced a bunch of chores onto him that he wasn't really interested in, but you know, parents say monkey do. And I went out into the barn to help him out one occasion, and oh man, that was a painful experience. The amount of dust in the air in a barn like that when you're feeding cows is just ridiculous. I just couldn't breathe. That's basically the short story. I just couldn't breathe at all in that barn there. So bad.
Farewell for now, mortals.
All right. Help them and get free beef. Kinda, but it was more of a like
Yes, the spirits are talking to me. Oh yes, they're coming in clearly. Ah, now they're forming into a gaseous material. I can actually see them now. The spirits are very powerful today.
That's just become your new thing, huh? Oh, ammo in chat. Just how he announces his arrival, I suppose, now. But, basically, so his parents and my mom, they were, you know, getting to know each other as well, and we basically got beef at a discount from their place because they always had like so much in stock on rare occasions. We didn't abuse it at all, but we did have the option at least. So and it wasn't on an industrial scale either. It's what you would consider like a hobby scale. Though they still had like a lot of money going around in the system as far as my friend explained to me. Nether bricks. Put that in the box here. Yeah, I saw that today. That was pretty funny. How did it go again? Yeah, it's like it's a bit of like an anti-vegan thing too, in some sense. People who sell meat are gross. People who sell fruit and vegetables are grosser. Because groceries. It's funny. I like bad pun jokes. They're pretty good. Okay, we got the kelp. I just gotta fucking dry it all. God damn it. I lost my Create backpack ammo because we tweaked the settings so that you can't nest backpacks anymore. So I lost all my Create contraptions that was in there. And now I'm basically speedrunning, trying to remake all the stuff that I lost. What's the red tile? Oh! Yes, so this is what happens when you're trying to make these or get the resources to make these blackstone lamps, because you need the gloom, or what are they called again? the shroom lights. And those you get from the crimson or warped mushrooms down in the nether, but you can grow those in the overworld. So that's literally just because I've been growing a single shroom there and only been farming the things that I needed in the middle. So it's just created a tower as a side effect, unfortunately. So don't worry about that. It doesn't really do anything. But I need to remake so many blocks. Why did I lose all that stuff? Life is not fair. Well, at least I've got all the andesite alloy in the world at the moment. Be worse. Into a wind turbine for Create. Yeah, I don't know about that. It kind of just feels like an eyesore at the moment. That's just my opinion, of course. I think that should be enough andesite casings. Let's just make a few more. Why not? Put that in the box. While we're at it, let's also make the brass casing there. Very similar, okay. At least those are a little bit cheaper to make. So Ammo, you were coming on the server, yeah? Burn it. I don't even know if it burns. Also, this is a claimed territory, so I don't even know if I would even be able to. Because this is nether wart. This isn't like regular wood. So, oh, jeez. So the reason why I've basically just left it for now is because I'll undoubtedly need more for making more blackstone lamps eventually. So. And then that would just rebuild the tower, basically. So I haven't really bothered with it. Now, oh yeah, those are going to be easy. Yeah, that's more than enough. Trying to remember, I also need funnels again. Oh, goodness. And for the brass ones, you need the ingots. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. Well, time to get fucking grinding. You'll see what I mean. I seem to recall I needed redstone for that. Yes. There we go. Then we'll need some regular coal. Good thing I've got so much excess material that wasn't a big loss other than just a huge time sink. Paper, and then we'll need some sand. There. Oh. Time to grind. Polish that rose quartz. This is also really something that be a little bit easier if I did it through a deployer, I guess. But in order to make that work, you would also need to make some kind of contraption that would put together this sandpaper first, because it has durability. Unless I could actually make it indestructible, but I'm nowhere close to doing that. Because the sandpaper is enchantable. And we do have the Stella Arcanum stuff. What is it from again? It's the Arcanus, something Arcanus. What's it called again? Shoot. Here, Forbidden and Arcanus. If you put a sandpaper into a smithing table along with an eternal stella, it becomes indestructible. I mean, I could do this in the machine, but it would take me longer to make that machine at the moment than it would do to just make a stack of these. Because a stack would be more than enough.
You should get a strategy guide.
Who said that? I am the strategy guide. At least as long as the ponder feature doesn't quite.
I don't remember casting slow on you.
Great. Who was that? Don't be shy. Yeah. Would have to be you, wouldn't it? At least Toto hasn't said that she's here yet. She also has a tendency to use those. Well, I guess I could just be looking at it the distance while sanding this in the corner and just looking sad. Also, I just realized I've got free hands right now. There we go. And in order to make those into the electron tubes, you need redstone torches and iron nuggets. Let's make some of that then. I got the weirdest sense of deja vu. I blame you, Emo. So far, so good. Jesus fucking Christ! Don't do that. Holy fuck! Master Riddle, hello there. Welcome, welcome. Dude, I don't think I've got any more brass sheet. I'm awake now. Remember, I've got 14,000 points to do that. Yeah. Spend them wisely. It's fun though. By the way, Emma, remember to update your mod pack before you try and join the server, if you haven't already. Don't see your channel points? We don't have channel. I don't have channel points, Selfire. I'm not affiliate by choice. I use Stream Elements for the loyalty store. So you'd have to go for the or I guess it's called Stream Store now. You'd have to go there in order to obviously this only works for Twitch, by the way. But yeah, you would have to go there in order to see your points. Or you could also go and look at it. See if you can find yourself in the panel that has the leaderboards, of course. I think that's what Ammo is also Well, not really hinting at, but you know. Okay, I need some brass hands for this. And cogwheels and andesite cake. Okay. Some of those again. Those are always useful. Alright, what more do we replenish, that is? There were the funnels, right? How's the okay, they're done. Refill them with another batch. Because I haven't bothered to make a auto setup for this stuff, unfortunately. Only for the ore smelting here, which is no longer in use. Well, I say that, it is still in use, but only for specific. Alright. Good posts? What do you mean, Master Riddle? What posts? Well, that's fine. I tend to get people that aren't, like, say a similar thing where they're like, apologizing beforehand because their English isn't so good, but honestly, I try and keep telling people that they shouldn't really worry about it. English isn't exactly my native language either. Make a lamp? No, not yet. Why? Oh shoot, I also need to make these craft... Oh, this is where I used all the electron tubes on last time, I think. Structure post. Huh? Not sure what you're referring to. Okay. I hope that's not something naughty. Structure post in your buildings? Pull up the roof? What? What do you mean? This is not 7 days to die? There's no structural integrity in Minecraft. You're confusing me. Oh, it's a brass casing I need to grab from the bag. There we go. Oh, and I need to make a ton of fucking crafting benches. Didn't understand anything they said, but whatever. Do you mean the panels on the for this for the stream on D-Live? I assume that's what you mean. Get a good chunk of those. One more down. Don't need this, but some more encased fans would be nice. You can use those for a multitude of things. Ah, okay. No, I don't know Turkish at all. Far from. I know Danish, I know English, and I know a little bit of German. Though I haven't really used German for many years, so it's not good. Ammo would be able to testify on that one. No, your English seems just fine. Is that another emote? Press F, ammo. So annoying that all the emotes don't come through. Because when things like that happen, I have no clue if it's an emote or... Oh, okay, for German skills. Okay, here we go. I mean, it just puts my backpack in my offhand, so... Ifs in chat. Taste fans, deployers... Okay, we're getting somewhere. I also need some shoots. Shoots? How do you even pronounce that? Is it... Do you emphasize on the shoot? Or is it just shoot? Because shoot just sounds like shoot, as in shooting something. I mean... That's a good question. You can run the mod pack without an awful lot of memory. I think somewhere between 4 and 5 gigs is doable. The only thing that might happen is that you might experience a bit more stuttering here and there. But it's hard to tell because I'm using, like, I've assigned 10 gigs of memory, of course, and right now it's using up towards around 50%, where it'll build up, you know, memory usage, and then eventually it'll head back down to like nothing again. So it just means that if you're running with lower memory, you still be able to play it, but you'll just have to clear your RAM more frequently, I guess, is what happens. So, oh yeah, by the way, that was in the top right. I should probably have mentioned that. A lot of information on the screen, but yeah. I think Toto, who's a regular here, she's playing with 4 or 5 gigs of memory. And at least she's been able to get into the mod pack, so... Parachute. Parachute. No. Yeah. But yes, it's an emote. Figured as much. Given the formatting. But yeah, there's like a bunch of mods that make it so that you don't need as much memory in order to play the mod pack, fortunately. At least that's what we've tried to do or accomplish. How old am I? Oh, that's how old do you think I am? Oh, you fucker. Not that old. I mean, if you were here earlier, someone asked me what my favorite Pokemon was, and I had to tell them that I haven't played any other Pokemon games like other than Pokemon Yellow, Red, and Stadium for the N64. Fifth 21st birthday this year? Does that imply that you're forever 21? Or that I'll be forever 21? Because that would be pretty far off. Even if it's the 5th 21st birthday. Well, actually not too terribly off, but still a good ways to go. Of course. It's funny though, going to parties in my teens and stuff. There was a pretty big tendency from people to underestimate my age by like a decade, basically. It was pretty nuts. We Turks are SJ, and its meaning it's sexual. Not a nice thing. I think most people find it funny. SJ. Not sure what that means. Need some of these. Oh yeah, we do have everything. Where did it go? There it is. I'm blind. Oh, felt ammo getting into the server. Renfus is SJ? Okay. Okay, and its meaning is sexual. Hmm. This is a mature chat. You can talk about that if you want to. All the stuff in there, so we get a little bit of space at least. Now we've got some funnels that need making. All right, Master Riddle. All right, I think I get what you mean. Have a good
Wow,
one.
this is absolutely mint!
My sprinkler goes like this. And comes back like
Not this shit again.
Submit!
Thanks for the follow there. God damn it, ammo. You've got way too much money in order to send me sprinklers all day. I do like it though. It's funny. You should really just clip that just because. It's always fun. Shoot. Funnels. That's where my brain was trying to go to. And we need the brass funnels as well. Don't know if I want to use all of the electron tubes on that though. But we also need them for... Nope, okay. What else do I need to replenish? Do need to make some new sail frames for the windmills. But in order to make those, we also need the bearing. Ah, shit, which ones is that again? Mechanical bearing, clockwork, this one, the windmill bearing. Oh yeah, they're not too bad. Not too bad. Lots of shafts. Thanks, Ammo. Hey, Tumbles. Good to see you here. How you doing? Having a good weekend, I hope. Let's give you a shout out. Yeah, I'm doing pretty fine. I'm hanging out with Ammo Pika on our community Minecraft server. Right now, though, I have to replenish a lot of my Create stuff because we made a little bit of a change on the server. And as a result, my original backpack that had more than I currently have in here kind of despawned on me. So now I have to replenish all my contraption blocks and all that stuff. Otherwise, it's pretty fine. No problem. By the way, Ammo, have you seen any, Selfire's kind of mentioned this, but have you seen any like 1st April Fools things today? Because I realized like this morning that it was the 2nd of April, and all day yesterday I didn't notice a single thing anywhere. And even more unsettling, neither did I this morning. I couldn't find anything on Facebook scrolling for even quite a while. You had a bunch, okay. I haven't taken a look on Steam myself, but I've not come across a single one. The entirety of 1st April pretty much went by without even the mention or anything related to the 1st of April for me. That you got fired wasn't one of them. Right. Just for clarification, right. Got it. You know. Oh, hey, Hamp. You noticed it rather quickly on the site that you usually use to read manga webtoons, filled with weird titles and doodle drawings. Yes, I'm here. Alright. You gonna be on the server, Hamp? Me and Ammo are here currently. Plan on playing for quite a while still. Also, your claim is a little bit heavily camouflaged on the map. I don't know if you've realized that yourself yet. What was I making? It was a windmill bearing. Okay, maybe a stack of 64 is a bit overkill, but hey, now I've got them. Okay, just make sure to update the mod pack before you do so. Otherwise, you won't be able to get on. We updated a few days ago to try and address some of the outstanding issues there. Unfortunately, it didn't fix any of those, annoyingly. But it did at least mean that some mods like Create were updated to a newer version. So, think of that what you will, I suppose. Redstone contacts. I think I had some of those. Regardless, those are pretty handy, so I might as well make some while we're at it. Because the more I make right now and put into that bag of mine, the less I have to worry about it later. Oop. Put the back. Go. Okay, what else do we need? Could make some water wheels. This is like a backup power source, I guess. Not exactly the best power source in the game, but it's something.
Wow, this is absolutely mint!
Auschwitzig wenn man einfach mal was auf Deutsch schreibt.
Okay. Yeah, sometimes it's also pretty funny when you're writing something in German, yes. And it doesn't make any sense. Just a bunch of gibberish, isn't it? Och, mal Deutsch gereden, yes. Das ist mein pirate ship. Or something like that. Oh no! I'm sorry. Auch witzig. Sounds so wrong. Doesn't help the misspelling there. Ah shit. Why do I not have enough wood? Never enough wood. And just making a stack of those. Damn it. There we go. 47, that's a good amount. Yeah, by the TTS. Being Auschwitzig. Auschwitz. As in like Auschwitz? Or what do you... It goes by so fast, I didn't quite notice it. Okay, I was just making sure that that's what we're talking about. Just making sure. Okay. Brass tunnels could be useful. I could make a few of them right now at least. Just so I have them. Stock that up with more kelp. The kelp must flow. Damn, definitely got enough for a while. Yeah, it's me. It is me. I need to blow my nose real quick. I don't know why, but my nose has been exceedingly runny today. I don't know exactly why that would be. The only difference today is that I've been out getting a package. The screwdriver, so that maybe I can fix my Joy-Cons for my Switch. Hope so, at least. So fucking silly. I actually mentioned this yesterday, but I guess could repeat that a little bit. So yesterday I was supposed to pick up this, I got a message saying that my package had arrived. So for context, I ordered like some specialist WD-40 for electronics and a Y00 Y-head screwdriver thing, because Switch controllers have these very specific screws used on them. And when I got the order confirmation and such, it seemed like, because I ordered both things from the same online shop at the same day and everything, and when I got the order confirmation they were being sent at the same day as well, and the date of arrival was also the same. So when I got the message, essentially I assumed that it meant that both items had arrived simultaneously. And I went down to grab the package yesterday, bought some groceries on the way home, but then when I got home and opened my package, I realized that and got super confused and a little bit angry at first, because it only contained the WD-40 can for some reason. And, you know, a little bit furious, I went on to my computer and decided to take a look through my emails to make sure that they actually, you know, sent everything on the same day and all that stuff. Then I noticed that I've received not one, but 2 emails confirming the delivery of the packages in plural. The items, and that immediately explained what had happened. So not entirely sure why, but they decided to, from the same store, package both items on the same day in separate packages towards the same address, and both of them arrived at the same time. And the only reason I didn't notice that is that when I got the message from my phone, because, you know, same delivery services as always, the message history already usually contains packages that I've picked up in the past, you know? Because I don't use like an app to keep track of that. I've never felt the need to. And as a result, I didn't notice that with like a 2-minute interval, I received 2 separate messages saying that my, you know, either packages had arrived. Well, that does actually work, okay. So yeah, I was a little bit confused as to what the fuck was going on. But basically, they just send it in 2 separate packages for some reason. And quite understand why. The only thing that kind of comes to mind is that one was a can with like a material that's under pressure, and the other one was a sharp object, maybe? And thus they were packaged separately, maybe? That's the only thing I can think of. Other than that, I've got no clue. So that's why today I was down and getting the other half of the package, so to speak. But yeah, seems a little bit odd to me. Alright. Alright. That reminds me, I don't even have my wrench or anything like that. God damn. Huh. Okay. Well, that means I need 4 golden. What else do we need? Might as well make a stack of iron sheets while we're at it. Yeah, let's make a stack of both. Need some glass panes, a piece of string. String, and I think I've got some glass panes somewhere. I wonder if these work. Ah, regular ones. For good measure. Hope this works. No. All of it in one go. Fair enough. Well, that does its thing. I think I need to take a look at my cacti. Because you need lime dye in order to make... what do they call it again? The super glue, or rather, to make slime balls. Using wheat. Damn it. Healthy amount of cacti. By the way, Ammo, do you have a permanent location for your waystone yet? Or are you still moving things around? Because if you have a permanent location, it's permanent, okay. Then I might come and pay you a visit. Have you haven't been to the Nether by any chance yet, have you? And consequently dug into peaks and mine tunnels yet? Because Peak dug down into the... Not from your new place, no. Okay. Yeah, because Peak, he dug into the Nether, and then he discovered my strip mining section very close by. So I already have like a pretty direct route to his place through the Nether in case I don't want to spend like... I think it's 2 levels to teleport to his location. So it could be worse, but it's still 2 levels. You know, just in case you wanted to run the distance, I suppose you could say. Make some oh, it's not the panes I need, it's the blocks. Need you. I want. Wait. What am I doing? Okay, so the goggles I decided to put into my regular backpack, but I think the wrench was in the other one. Okay. I guess I can give these to the statue. There we go. Set up something for the portal. Now, my portal isn't exactly permanent either yet, if that's what you mean. Okay, now I just need some slime burrs. Hmm? Isn't that how you make lime green dye? Oh, right. Forget. Have to turn bone meal into white dye first. If we take this and we combine that with this dough, which is pretty easy to make, we got as many slime balls as we need. And that means I've got all the super glue in the world that I could possibly want. Make a couple of those. Bit of excess materials on hand in case I ever need those. Okay, so I think we're finally getting done with this massive crafting session. Let me just think if there's anything. Oh, right, there's something I do need. I need the gearboxes and clutch and all that stuff. Okay. Don't think I've got that many gears on hand up here at the moment because a lot of it was used for the precision mechanisms. Yeah, there's not that many of the large ones in stock at least. Got plenty of the small gears. Well, let's go and make a few extra then.
Hey, listen!
Thank you. What is it?
Nerd. You're a fucking nerd. Nerd. You're a fucking nerd. And no one likes you. No one likes you.
Who is it? Who do we have? Because I know 2 people who would do that one on me. One is more likely than the other. So it would either be Vey or it would be Toto. I only know one person who would use raspberry against me. Lone Star. I don't know. Kind of just remind me of that from Spaceballs, if you've seen it. If you haven't seen it, shame on you. So, Toto, did everyone get done with 7 days for the day? Or did you take a Toto nap? And did you just wake up? Bruce. No. Yes. I should really stop asking like 5 questions within a matter of seconds. Because when you guys say yes, I have no idea what the answer actually is. Because if you say yes, it could mean that you both took a nap, everyone stopped playing 7 days for the day, and you just woke up at like all 3 things. And I wouldn't know. Hey, got plenty of andesite casings, so let's use that. And let's get some clutches. Kind of building you're planning to put all the Create machines in? Some kind of factory, I would suppose, is the obvious answer.
This world has been connected.
See this? This is my boomstick!
Alright. Actually, all of the above. Okay. Got it. Got it. Well, that also just means that I pretty much nailed it on the head then. Did I hear factory? Yes, you did, Tumbles. I'm my original plan was to immediately go ahead and move my raid contraptions in order to build a factory to house them in. But because I didn't have any of the Create stuff in my backpack because that one was gone, I kind of have to recraft everything. Gear shifts. We'll need gear shifts as well. Whoops.
16 times the detail.
Well, it's not so much, well, I guess it is partially a whoops kind of situation. The reason why it was all gone is because we have this backpack mod, and by default it allows you to put other backpacks into backpacks, into backpacks, into backpacks. But we changed the config to not allow that anymore, and as a result, any backpacks that was inside, like nested inside some other backpack, they just went poof, I suppose. And one of those backpacks was the Create one I had, so yeah, backpackception, exactly. Because that's how we used to have it on the older version of the mod pack prior to 1.18.1. And we just forgot to, or I say we, it's pretty much just myself. I forgot to configure that at the beginning of the server, so... I mean, you can still put things into other containers, such as the ender chests, and then access them remotely without putting a chest down, using the backpack version of it. So it's not like you can't...
That's your favorite thing! Disappointment!
That one. Goofed up. Yeah, I guess. I mean, Wow. Yeah, ammo is also in here, so you can also hear it. That's pretty funny, though. Let's make some case chain drives. I didn't make any of those last time. And for that we will need some iron nuggets, of which I have way more than I could ever want. We need some shafts and some andesite casing. Also have plenty of. There we go. Whoa. So what you did have was you get a shulker box so you can put the backpacks inside it, and then you put the shulker inside a backpack. We say keeping, which means you can have a backpack shulker inside a backpack. Yeah, you can do that as well. Me and Peak, we just use the ender chest for that. In vanilla, he will, and I would also keep shulker boxes in the ender chest, and then just have an ender chest in your inventory. you know, so you can put down. It's just more convenient with a mod that, you know, doesn't force you to put the block down first. But it's the same concept, really. Because if you fall into the void or whatever lava, since an ender chest's inventory is global, the contents are never lost. Have Silk Touch on pick. Oh, you're right, that's true, yeah. I forgot you need Silk Touch in order to pick up an ender chest, don't you? That's how much modded I've played. I forget those small details. But yeah, you're right. You're right. I guess there's that. I think we're pretty much done here with the craft session. Is there anything else that I can think of? A gantry carriage would be useful, and some chassis blocks, but they're not absolutely necessary. Actually, let's just make some of those gantries because I'll need them for making an automated farm anyway. I didn't make the gantry shafts, so... Oh, you found your new place. Because you were like out on this island here, and this is why it's so camouflaged. Oh, all the way out there, okay. Because Peaky was like out exploring, and he was all of a sudden like, oh, there's a lot of stuff in this island. And he didn't realize, because your team color is like a blue color, that he was actually on your island. Of all places, because at this zoom level you can't even see it anymore. The border of the zone just completely disappears. Funny that. Surprised you didn't go mining yet? Do you have a wood farm? Not an automated one, but it's fairly easy to gather wood on this. I can show you what I mean by that in a second. Let me just make these gantries first. Andesite and birch plank. Any planks, really. Let me just get... Don't need that many, but a good amount of them would be... Don't really need the linear chassis. They're like a convenience thing at most. Okay, let's make some just for good measure. Then I at least have them. They basically connect in like a linear fashion without the need for super glue. But you can do that with regular blocks too. The stuff you made, you not need to go collect more stuff. I mean, I've done some pretty large mining sessions so far. I mean, just see look how much copper I have in store. 1,100 copper blocks, 10,000 ingots. So I've been out mining for quite a while. I also have like 26,000 smooth stones, so that gives you a better idea of just how far out I've been. 40,000 netherrack as well. So stockpile's pretty sizable at this stage. Hello there, Valley.
Submit!
Thanks for the follow. We also need some mechanical harvesters. Do I have? Yes, I do have iron plates. Because if I want to automate like a crop farm at some point, which I do want to do, we need those harvesters. Just some andesite casing. Okay, we've got... shit. Okay. Like a few more than just 8. There we go, that's better. Doing like a mental scan of all the things I have. Some things that I will eventually have to make extras, like all the redstone stuff. Redstone links are useful, but do I need them right now? Making wireless redstone could be quite useful though. Good. I'm not exactly planning on losing this backpack again. If I do, I'll cry. I'll cry a lot. And we need brass sheets and just planks. Okay. Not like these things are super expensive anyway. Oh. Oh. Felt like someone went to the nether. And I'll leave all the redstones for another time. Another crap. Oh, use the waste stone. Okay. Same diff, I guess. Pretty much results in the same situation. Ooh. All right. That means I've got all the things needed to basically make a lot of the create contraptions that I want to do. And that brings me to this. All this create stuff has to be torn down, albeit temporarily, and then rebuilt in a bit more of a convenient location, I suppose. Because I do plan on building the actual factory on this plateau up here. Because that's where I have the best space for it at the moment. Bye, temporary factory, you've served me well. Hours? Are you gonna stream for the around 10 more hours? Wait, what, Volley? 10 hours what exactly? I have not streamed for 10 hours today. Not sure where you're getting that. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. Well, watch time doesn't necessarily require you to watch me only when doing like or let me try and rephrase it. The watch time is mainly like is for the sake of the whitelist. You know, we don't want griefers in here preferably, even though we do have things like FTP teams and such to prevent griefing. But yeah, it's mainly just so that we make sure that we don't just get randoms in here that come into chat just to get onto the server and then, you know, who are you again? But yeah, probably not gonna stream for 10 hours in one session today. Also, Ham, you can't really rely on that because you've been here for... So, when I switched from Streamlabs to Stream Elements, it also meant that all the watch time for everyone who's, you know, regulars here was reset, unfortunately. That's why it's so low. But yeah, we do get like random people come into chat and like they've not even said hi, and the first thing they ask is like, can I join the server? So yeah, so the watch time is like the watch time has only been since I've been using Stream Elements at 2 hours 20 minutes. Well, Tumbles, you would definitely have the watch time if we go back in time. It's pretty simple. I think... Are you on my Discord? No, you're not. That would be one part of the step there. At least I don't think so on the... Trying to remember. I don't think you... Yeah, your watch time would also be like nerfed. No, you've definitely watched enough. It's also just because the timer has been reset. So don't worry about it. Not an issue. Someone went somewhere, alright. Yo, you were in Jess. You just don't really play Minecraft. Well, alright. I mean, you could have been sincere for all that I know. But yeah. It does require you to get onto the Discord as well, because I have basically a Oh, Salmon God. Hello. Thanks for dropping in. How did 7 days go? Alright, Valley. But yeah, you'd still need to stick around for a while, Valley. Went very well. Alright, alright. So for those of you who don't know Salmon God, let's actually do a specific thing here. I have to just get used to this thing. What do you say? So many hours into the game and finally have a good base setup. Yeah, you said that getting a base setup in it was 7 Days to Die, but what mod was it? It was shoot. Yeah. You can remind me. Let's see what Salmon's God's Undead Legacy, that's the one. Let's see what your stream is like. Because if I do this, it should work. See if we can find an interesting clip of yours. This was 7 Days to Die on the 12th of February.
Did you make an emote of me? Oh, that's actually really good.
What emote is that?
That's actually a really good emote. Holy crap. Nice job.
Do you have that emote? Can we see it? That one. There we go, there we go. Nice. Yeah, that's an unfortunate thing. I can't really get emotes as a non-affiliate, but you know, it is what it is. It has a funny story. Oh, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Good game. Remember watching it when you were young? Oh man, I also remember playing it when I was young. Like, damn, that game is ancient. Oh, like the old TV thing. Thanks. I spent a little bit of time on it because I realized you could do like shoutouts and have it pull up clips from people's stream. It's not working exactly as how I want it, but it's getting pretty close. You go over there and then he says, "Oh hey dad, look out, there's a mine." You look straight next to you and sure enough there's a mine. Yeah. There. And you start to say, "Oh yeah, you're right," and then he steps on it and kills you. Oh look, here's something I can get ourselves killed with. Nice. Your immediate reaction to that moment, awesome. Oh, that's great. I love it. Fucking love it. Almost reminds me of when Toto killed me with that was on Captalamia's server. Also 7 days. He was just coming over to visit me at my house. And I had like a trench and like a wall and everything you had to jump over. And I come out of my house running to greet her. And the first thing she fucking does is shoot like a grenade launcher at my face, instantly killing me or something like that. And she has a knack for getting me killed in that game, and I have no idea why. I think what was it, the first time when I played on Cap server as well? I was out like scavenging some kind of building, and Toto comes by while I'm there, and like I was already there looting the place, and I think you had like a quest there, Toto, or something, and I was like just looting things, minding my own business. Not sure why she was there, and then she just fucking shoots me with a shotgun in the face, and I die instantly because I was barely like new to the server at that point. So watch it, Toto's got a trigger happy finger. If I remember correctly, Kyo also agrees with me that should be careful around you, Toto. Anarchy. Kinda. I mean, Cap did put the server to be PvP allowed for that particular thing to be possible. Not to explicitly do PvP against each other in that sense, but just to allow stupid friendly fire situations and such. And other weird shenanigans. Best team kill moment you've seen is you went home on your lunch break for work. Just as you got there, your ex was playing Alien Swarm for the very first time with a group of people. Dragon Man sounds so bad. Toto, I think the day after you killed me with that mortar is when I realized on Steam that you'd gotten the kill 10 players achievement. And when I checked on the server, you had 10 player kills. But yes, I am exaggerating. It's not that bad. It's just because it seems to always happen to me. Alien Swarm, though. I think I remember that game. That's like, isn't that game that plays a little bit like an ARPG? But also, you know, obviously like sci-fi and like a shooter. Let me just check it out for a second. Alien Swarm, because I've got it. Right? No, I've got this. Oh, that's source development kit. Maybe that's not the game I'm thinking of then. Might just be something similar sounding. Oh, it's free to play, that's why. No, yeah, I think that's the right game. This one. This is like a top-down team objective-based game, right? Hard to explain. Yeah, old squad-based top-down shooter. I think it might be because this came out and it reminded me of another game back then, and that's why I'm getting it mixed up. Yeah, it's class-based. This is items by gaining levels. I mean, this is free to play. Anyone can play this, but yeah. Loads in and goes. Okay, what are the controls for this? How do I play? And just starts pressing keys. Also, throwing out every grenade she has. Cluster around the team, killing everybody within the first few. Oh God, that's insane. Die laughing. Gotta love it. Friendly fire can be. It's in the middle of the day. Come on. Come on. God damn it. You're not fooling me with that one today. Now. Let me just try and remember what I was doing. Alright. Put that in here for now. I think that's fine.
Nerd. You're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd. And no one likes you. No one likes you.
So you're even getting ammo fucking confused now. I blame you, chat. Oh yeah, I promised you to show, Sapphire, I promised to show you how I do my wood farming. So Silent Gear allows you to make these saws, which are essentially a decapitator mod replacement or whatever you want to call it. The way it works is that it sort of tries to detect if it's like connected tree and then it just like mines all the logs all in one go. And that's why I like spruce trees so much. Because it's literally raining logs. Best Team K kill ever is having a long Factorio world and just running over your teammate with a supersonic train. Hey Vey. Thanks for the follow there, game. Game Psychotic. Hello. I mean, it's a convenience item. I mean, what's OP about saving time, right? It's not like chopping trees is difficult, it's just time consuming. Never happened to us playing Factorio. No. It's like I think the most common reason of death for me in Factorio is being driven over by our own trains. That's gotta be like the biggest one. It will. But yeah, I mean, making a saw isn't really that difficult with Silent Gear either. You basically make these patterns, and you can make a lot of different things with this, but let's just take this saw as an example. You can do this already at the gate of the game without even having iron at your disposal. They make these patterns, which allow you to make a saw template. And with Silent Gear, what makes it so cool is that it's a little bit like Tinker's Construct, if you're familiar with it. Different parts of your tools can be made out of different components. Material types, sorry. So you can technically make this saw entirely out of stone if you want to. Even the handle, actually. And then depending on the material, it'll have different properties. Like, for instance, this one is made out of... Let me the right one. It's got a diamond saw blade, it's got a blaze rod tool rod, and it's got a netherite coating. Meaning that it's got similar traits to what you would expect from like a regular vanilla diamond tool. But then it's modified further by the blaze rod. You can also enchant these, of course, and then they've got those special abilities, if you will. Like the saw being able to chop down an entire tree, for instance. How are you? I'm doing fine, I think everyone seems to be having a pretty good day as well. Wait till you go AFK and someone water fills under you and kills you. Oh, in Factorio? Don't think I've ever had that happen. At most, the most trolliest thing in Factorio we've had is like going AFK, and then when you get back, someone's moved you around the base with like conveyor belts or something. Or you're just like spinning in circles on one of those. Just because you can. What height my tunnel's at? God damn it, Hamp. What height is your tunnels at? You mean in the nether, I suppose. Give me a moment and I'll go and make a reading, I guess. I can't remember at the top of my head. Yeah, I need quite a bit of watch time to join. How much RAM do you need? You're the second one to ask me this today. I think you can make do with like 3 to 4 gigs, but I mean, as much as you can allow it to, the better. I've got 10 gigs assigned, but that's just because I have 16 available. Toto's probably the best guinea pig on this because her computer doesn't allow for much memory usage in the first place. And she's able to run it on, I think, how much are you using, Toto? Is it 5 gigs? Because I think you said you had like 8 available. So, it should be possible. And yes, Hellfire, that is my tree farm. Considering how many logs I got from just that, it's pretty nice. Rocket Lab just launched their rocket? I have no idea what Rocket Lab is. Run it with 8 gigs of RAM and max out of 16. Yeah, but if you have 8 gigs of RAM, Ham, you wouldn't be able to assign all 8, so. Fluctuates between 2.5 and 5 gigs. You missed whatever I did to harvest it. Oh, that was just the saw here. Pretty straightforward. Okay. Yeah, silent gear. Put these bricks in here. I don't think I'll need those. Turn it day real quick. Yes, that is exactly what it does, Selfire. I would assume so. You should be able to play it, yeah. Toto has at least made it onto the server of her computer, so from what I know of her setup, I think you would be fine. And yeah, that's the thing, right? You can give the mod pack a go and see if it's even something you'd want to spend, you know, your time trying to get into the server for. For context, in case you're curious, the server is a dedicated server. It's hosted locally by a friend of mine, but it is on a dedicated machine sitting in his basement, so it being his server is also why I kind of have to sort of this filtering process. The height, sorry. One thing at a time, let me do that. Yeah, I'm getting carried away, sorry. I also want to get started on my factory ammo, god damn it. Yeah, Windows likes some too. Exactly. Also, of course, being on a laptop, it's a little bit difficult. But you can give it a go. Can't even start it with 10 gigs. Like, can't even start the mod pack? Really? Okay. What happens when you try and start it, if I may ask? Because Toto did have an issue with her mod pack as well. Oh, hey, Larsang. Stops responding. Let's see, Valley. Because obviously you're multiple people writing here. Valley, how much memory does your computer have available, you say? So this would be at height 14, by the way. This is where that is. In the nether. So it seems like if you would sort of just dig straight north from where you are, your claim, you would get there fairly easily. 16. I mean... Hey, Argon. Obviously you would be using that, I assume, but you never know. There are other things as well you could try. There is, if you give me a moment to just get to safety out of the nether, I don't want to get bonked off the ledge by a drop bear. Or a piglin or any other nasties. Because Toto did have an issue, she couldn't get onto the server either. She did launch her game though, but she had, no, she could get on the server, but she had some things that were broken for her too. Let me just show you what we did to fix that, because we tried all kinds of things for her, but in the end we just used the repair mod pack feature on CurseForge and it worked. So before doing anything like super complicated, if you press the ellipsis under the mod pack, there's this repair profile option here that you can try out real quick. That would probably be the fast way to try it. How's the mineshaft these days? Seems like you've completely redone everything. I haven't really redone everything, but going pretty well. But yeah, try that and see if it works. And I assume under profile options, this is where you set your memory settings, unless you set it in... I found out that you can actually set this in, was it the curse launcher itself? There's like somewhere you could set in the curse launcher actually, so that it does it for like all mod packs moving forward. I think it was down here. And then game specific maybe? Oh, now I'm walking into here. Yeah, here. I actually found out that you could set for Minecraft for it to always use like a specific amount for all your profiles. So you never have to worry about it ever again. Because normally we've been like putting it into the specific mod pack profile, and it was like every time you would make like a variant or a duplicate of it, you would have to set it up again. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Then it shouldn't be that. Because the thing is, you can also do it when you start up the mod pack in the Minecraft launcher, but then you would have to do it every time you start up the mod pack, which obviously is a little bit tedious. Don't need the saplings. Go. Yeah, it sounds like you know the drill. You've probably messed around with mod packs a bit. Just like a lot of people, including myself. And this is empty. I think next up would be to remove all those water wheels. But, I mean, Lars saying not a lot has happened since the last time. I mean, I just pulled down the crate contraptions today. This tower is just a temporary thing, don't worry about it. It's because I needed to farm some specific blocks, and I kind of just like left it there yesterday. Like, I do play on the mod on the server off stream as well, which is why, you know, progress between, even though this is like the first stream, progress does seem a little bit more substantial than, you know, you might normally be able to achieve between 3 streams. So in case you were wondering what that is all about. No, unfortunately not, because those are nether wart blocks. You wouldn't be able to. You have to mine them individually. That's also why this tower exists in the first place. Because it's the nether, the crimson mushroom trees, or whatever they're considered as. Mushrooms, maybe? The stem is a wood type, which the saw is compatible with. Like, it'll harvest the trunk of the tree, but when it comes to the leaves, or nether wart blocks in this case, since they don't decay like regular leaves, they just stay behind. So no, doesn't work that way. All your work from the past is essentially gone. Yeah, this is a new server, Cosmic. Should I should just call you Lars thing, shouldn't I? Because you said you were transitioning into that. But yeah, it would all be gone. But it's not like it's hard to reacquire, right? How often we make new servers? So our mentality on that is that we try to only make a new server if there's like a massive Minecraft update that basically calls for a new server. The issue with mods is that not every mod gets updated between the major Minecraft versions, right? So usually whenever a Minecraft version change is like sort of tempting, I should say, that's when we would make a new server. And I mean, the past Minecraft server has been running ever since we set it up. As I said earlier, it's a dedicated server, so people have been able to play on it for... When did we actually do that? Now that I think about it, it must have been like around last summer, so almost a year it's been up, technically speaking. But yeah, your stuff is gone because we decided to do an entire new server with a new world and everything. Because the issue again with mods is that since not all the mods update, you won't even be able to just transfer everything across without it breaking something. Unlike vanilla Minecraft, right? So it's just a bit safer to just start completely over. This time around though, there's quests that I set up for you guys, for those that are unfamiliar with mods, or these mods in particular. It's not completely flawless. There's something about the create directions that are a little bit off that I need to correct at some point. But it's a start. Alright, I hope you figure it out, Valley. Not surprised? Did it disappear for a while because you've a lot of issues in life? As we all do, we all do. I mean, myself included, right? These days I've pretty much just limited to only be streaming in the weekends on a regular schedule. I would like to do it more, but I realize that I also have all these other things that I really need to get done. And if I don't set time aside for it, I just fall into that trap of feeling the need to stream every single day just to keep up with it. And it was having like a negative impact on literally everything else that I was trying to accomplish, so sadly that's just how it is. But you know, as long as like I have been pretty decent at keeping the weekends consistent, so think of that what you will, I suppose. Quests are good because you never know what to do. Alright. I mean, the quests that I made are not as in-depth as, well, that we say, they're not really like designed to be, oh, this is what you should do, but more like these are the things that are in the mod pack that you might miss out on if you don't know that they exist. Something as simple as the netherite mod, because it literally doesn't add much more than a single enchantment to the game, which is called fireproof. And the way that you obtain these is also a bit special. Because basically what you do, for instance in this case, is you take a book and a netherite ingot onto a smithing table, and by putting netherite on an enchanting book, it becomes a fireproof enchantment, which essentially does exactly what netherite vanilla tools are capable of. It makes it impervious to fire, and it'll float on lava. So, in other words, it allows you to put the netherite effect on anything that doesn't have a netherite version of it in the game. This is an example. Yeah, my factory is going to be placed here. That is exactly the plan. Get this other hammer here. Got like a silk touch and a fortune hammer separately. But yeah, I think this is where it's gonna go. The original plan was to put it down here, but I think it's gonna be too cramped if I do that, so I'll rather leave that to other things. Oh, I have no idea. As big as it needs to be, really. And then I'll just like adjust the terrain accordingly. Right now I just need like a big open canvas, I think. Usually how I like to do things. And why don't we actually make use of this backpack here? just so I don't have to keep going back and forth all the time. Alright, let's try and figure out what blocks we want to use for this. Checking whether it's a new version or not. Alright, hemp. Would be kind of bad if it is a new version, because whenever the PC gets to stage 7 of loading the mod pack, it just crashes Minecraft. Huh. That's not great news. Because, well, yeah. Well, Ammo and me and Peak, and I guess you, Hamp, as well, are able to get through, right? Yeah, that's also that's a good point. Don't you have like a log you can look at to see why it crashes? Because that's probably what I would look at first. The factory block. Create has some factory related things, but not a whole lot. Like all this deco, built sheets and such. Not quite what I want to use it. Works with old version. Huh. That's not great. Oh, that's fine. Large thing. We've got some new stuff for you then. We've got magic. It's just not in the quest system yet. But yeah, we kind of wanted to do a magic mod pack, so this got magic in it now. So if you like Botania and some of the other ones like Forbidden and Arcanus, Ars, what's it called? Ars Nouveau. That's what it's called. Should be some new things to mess around with. It's still centered around Create as the primary, like, ore doubling mechanism contraption thing, but other than that, it's like, yeah. This is why you should never update stuff and just stay with Windows XP. Well, except for the security flaws in Windows XP, because it's no longer updated on that end, right? I'm good with most mods. A bit concerning though that you cannot load the current version of it. Because reverting that would be quite problematic, I'd imagine. As we would have to load a backup version of the mod, of the save, which we do have. But I don't think neither me or Peak would be happy about having to do that. Really hope you're not having to say. This is when you should have said, nah, I've got Windows 98 or something like that. Or Vista. Just because. What do we have in Architects palette? There's some plating blocks here. Those could be used for a factory, but not exactly what I was thinking. Not the chip mod either, I suppose. A lot of good block variations here to play with, though. But no, that's not the one that I'm thinking about. Shoot. Supplementaries has mainly like... Yeah, it's not that either. Damn it, which one is it? I know you use like iron for it. There, oh, it is embellished craft. Okay. Like so many blocks to choose from. These are the ones that I'm thinking on trying out, see what they're like. Windows Millennium Edition. Windows XP and limit the PC to use only 4 gigs of RAM because of the 32-bit OS. Oh yes. You wouldn't even be able to play like Minecraft at that stage almost. Oh, this is gonna be expensive. I can already see. Get like 3 blocks out of 3 ingots. Ooh, I think the majority of the outer shell of the structure is probably going to be stone then. What are these bulkheads like? Want to see. Do a little bit of a sampling here. What are those? But we can also make air ducts. Oh shoot, you need that steel stuff, that's true. Oh yeah, that's like, oh, that's a long ass process. You need to put iron ingots through a blast furnace to turn it into ferrite. And then you use that ferrite together to make raw steel, and it's a conversion of 3 to 1. Damn. Which essentially means that if I want to make these air ducts, this is 12 iron ingots just to make... Okay, it is... Okay, so it's 1 to 1, but... On that one, but they will still need another 6... Oh, that's expensive! Holy hell, that is expensive. Plus account for the fuel you need to make the steel and the time. God damn it. And you actually... You could do that through blasting, though. Bolt blasting, but I don't have a setup for that, so... Crap. Mahotsukai on? I looked at it and I was a little bit skeptical, but I think that's just because of the name. Oh no, wait, isn't that also... I think there was also another reason for it. Also, I'm in desktop mode, I shouldn't be in desktop mode. Been in Minecraft mode. But I think there was another reason for not adding that one. Modpack went brr. Eastern Blot Sorcery. That's some crazy memories you're invoking with that name. Okay, but what does the errors, the log say? That's the question. Yeah, I think the reason why I was a little bit skeptical about this one was some of the models and stuff seem a little bit overkill. I don't know. I haven't messed around with that mod, so I have no idea how bad it actually gets. What is this fucking Kingdom Hearts bullshit? I guess it's like... Doesn't even want to start. No log? Really? What, so you don't even get to like the Minecraft launcher? Startup thing? That's weird. Because without a log, I have no idea of figuring out what's going wrong. After all. Because of course it would be in here, right? Let me make sure to switch over to Minecraft. We have a log. Wow, okay. Well, that way you can at least try and look into what's happening. Obviously, I can't go and look at it right now. You'd have to wait until after the stream for me to look at it, but I wouldn't mind taking a look at it for you if you want me to. Do you know how to upload a log? That would be the next question. This could work as like a factory floor. You bastards, I forgot. Those wild never come alone, they always bring friends. Okay, so these, I thought these would work like pillars or something, but they don't. Interesting. I suspect these don't either. No. Okay. They've always like upward facing blocks like that. I mean, I could take a look at it right now, but it could take anywhere between like 5 minutes to like 2 hours to try and debug it. So does chat want me to? I can do it, but if chat wants to, doesn't mind, then I can take a look at it. But then I wouldn't be playing Minecraft, just FYI. But you already know that. Because first I would have required you to get that mod pack up there. Also, I didn't realize that I had my own stream running. Anyways. Problem solving on stream is amazing. I feel like I do that a lot these days, though. But if you need a place to upload your log, you can try and put it in there. That's at least what I use. Oh, okay, it does actually fit on the... Okay, it does fit on Discord. Fair enough. I see it. I see it. I mean, I'm not promising anything, but we... Doing math on stream seems to go wrong for people a lot. Yeah, that's why I use a calculator if I have to do weird math. Well, let's just start by the bottom and see if we can find something. Error loading plugin. Not everything is necessarily a problem. That's thing. That's actually... There we go. And 10 plus 9 equals 21. Wait. What are you saying, Toto? Disconnected? Not you too. Did you remember to update your mod pack, Toto? I mean, we did talk about it, so I assume so. Yes. Going swimmingly. What is the meaning of life? Life 42. Hmm. Looking for blockheads.compat.whaler add-on. Hmm. Well, let's start by seeing if I actually get that error and load fine. So yeah, as expected. So I also get the same error, but obviously mine loads. So I don't think that's the issue. I mean, something you could try, if you want to, is to disable this client-side mod. Because that's like something I can say for a fact is definitely a difference between the two versions that you're trying to load. Comparing the one that you could between the one you couldn't. And the way that you would go about that is that if you're in your mod packs, you want to click the ellipses, and then under profile options, you want to take the allow content management for this profile and click done. Because then if you do that and go on to the installed mods, let it load. Huh? Said he didn't install anything? What? What do you mean, Ham? Also, doesn't the one probe, isn't that like an item though, instead of like a heads-up display? Come on, Curseforge. I know you want to. Curseforge is having a bit of a identity crisis here. It's not sure if it wants to be a window or not.
Wow, this is absolutely mint!
Have a penny.
Thanks. Thanks, Toto. 3.33.
Hey, listen!
Yes?
Nerd, you're a fucking nerd. You're a fucking nerd. And no one likes you. No one likes you.
Alright, I think we're good. Did you do that just so you can fucking get some more drag? I don't think you need it at the moment, do you? Okay, so this is on the installed mods list, and once you've done the thing in the mod settings, you can go down and disable set mods to be inactive, as far as I know. That's how it works, at least. And the one that you wanna look for is there. A better loading screen. You can try and disable that, because that was added in between the two versions. The one that you can load and the one you can't. And it's completely client-side, so if you even if you disable that, you should be able to get on the server. There's that. Just tossing pennies. Alright. Have 191 mods, you have not installed anything? What do you mean? . Yeah, we don't need that Unimatrix. We don't even have applied energistics. Box showing what item it is as well. Not sure what you mean. I mean, I can see what this is an iron beam, so from Embellish Craft. 191 mods. Yes. Okay, yeah. So that's so what I'm saying is try and go and disable better loading screen and see if you can load it then. Because it's a client-side mod that was added after. Go and try and do that. It worked. Okay. Arcane FTP error now. Nice. Wait, but okay, so what do you mean it worked, but then it gave an FTP error?
Wow, this is absolutely mint!
Damn it, Dodo. Thank you. Thank you very much. Like in the log? Didn't load correctly. You could try and do the repair profile thing again. FTP is an error. Wow. On some occasions I have encountered with the old version of the mod pack and also I think the newer one that sometimes when you try and start up it'll just like crash for no reason. Bastard. Alright. Alright, well try and launch it again, see if it does anything differently. It might just be a fluke. Otherwise you can always try and do the repair profile again, because you have been switching back and forth between versions, of course. Try that, if you would. Pretty please. What about you, Toto? Are you getting in? Because it said that you couldn't connect. Or you were disconnected. Sadly, I can't, like, I don't have access to the actual server file, so I can't tell you what the server spits out. And Peak doesn't get home from work until 7+ hours from now at the earliest. Sadly. No, you can't. God damn it. I swear one day it'll work. One of these days it will work. Fucking damn it. Gotta be, it's as frustrating for you as it is to me. Because you were able to get onto the server just fine before we updated it. And we updated it with the intent of trying to address some of the issues that we've been noticing. But it didn't fix those issues, and by the looks of it, it just made it worse. Yeah, I know. Like these crystals, they don't, block updates on these don't exactly happen as they should. There's one example. Like there's invisible blocks here now. If I force resend data, then they appear. Weirdly enough, it only happens on the server. It doesn't happen in single player of all places. Not sure. Mm-hmm. Oh, it's full. It's weird though, but okay, so Peak and I were talking yesterday, And he did say that he was also having issues getting onto the server early on in the day. Oh, you got in. Okay. Hopefully that then works. Yeah. Okay, that mod was the problem. Okay, well, good to know. I mean, Toto, you can try and disable that as well. See if it does any difference for you. It's not really necessary. It's just a quality of life thing, really. How do we... Yeah, that's true. I might be able to agree with Peak to lessen the amount of hours, because it's also very situational. The moral dilemma, I guess, is that if I start treating people differently, it gets to the point is like, why did this guy get on? He's the only got like her, and this person and this person, and then I'm like, and it all falls apart. But I mean, you do seem genuine enough, so I mean, for my sake, I don't have any issue with it. Yeah, 9 hours to test it out and see if the mod pack is for you. That's kind of true, but it's also I do understand, like, in terms of watch time, it is a lot of hours, especially if I only stream 2 days a week. With an average streaming time of about 5-ish hours or so. Give or take. Sometimes more, sometimes less. And I do have to cook dinner later today, so I unfortunately can't do a long stream just for the sake of it. I do stream every Friday and Saturday though. But yeah, Toto, give it a go. What's for dinner? Homemade mac and cheese is the plan. Pretty amazing how well Windows works, considering how many different PC configurations there are in the world. Oh, don't even go there. Don't even go there. I think Ammo would like to have a say in that as well. He would probably agree to that. Dragon Rig total watch time. Yeah, I'm sorry. I can reimburse you your Also, your follow age is gonna be scuffed as well. Now that I think about it. There should be like a exclamation point follow age too. But that one should also be scuffed, but for multiple reasons. Oh, that's actually surprising. That one's actually accurate. But Toto's, yours is going to be scuffed. You're not even following me, sure.
Submit!
Wait a minute. What? Toto, what's this? Yeah, I think Atmo is probably one of those that win on that one. I haven't even been streaming for real for 2 years. God damn. God damn. Joke's on you, Dragon. Toto never followed you. See, the thing is, I know she did. Because when I switched to stream elements, and this is what I was trying, the point I was trying to get to, When I switched to Stream Elements, she unfollowed and followed me intently because you get like 150 points, 150 direct by following me, and she just wanted that extra points just because. Yeah, 7 months is a long time as well, Cellfire. Because I started streaming at the beginning of around summer last year, so to speak. You've also been around for pretty long. Right, something 2 years and 5 months ago. Oh yeah. I mean, my Twitch account is like pretty dang old. How many years ago was that? Now we're going down a fucking rabbit hole and I just can't contain myself. I'm sorry. I have to find this now. I have to find this thing. Because the whole reason why I originally started my Twitch channel was during university, where we had like an event, a gaming event, a drinking gaming event, in fact. Oh shit. Where would that even be under? Is that my... Oh, shoot. I have to find this. I have to. No, I think that is on the Dragonclaw community YouTube channel. Yeah, Rise of Runes. I need to get back to that game as well. It did get updated recently. Oh, actually, Selfie, have you played Rise of Runes recently, now that I think about it? Because I need some opinions on some insight on what's up with the newest changes. Sort by date added oldest, maybe. No, okay, so it is on my private one. Must be 5th of January 2014. Jeez. Okay. Scene update was only an experimental version. Okay. I wasn't too sure on how it worked. I read the patch notes and I was a little bit discouraged to say the least, because they changed some things that might break my way of playing the game. I had this on my private one. Oh boy, I found it. Dude, I've got like some old shit on my YouTube channel. Update 2 unstable 1 changelog. Okay, give me a moment. Oh my god, we were so young back then. So, I hope you guys are ready for this. Yeah, the faith system changes everything because of a couple reasons. We can get back to that, but I first want to show you this ancient video of me and some friends. So I'll give you some context to what this is. So we did a 4-part live stream event back in 2014 of all years, where you can kind of see on the right, those are the drinking rules. And the idea was that we would have 2 teams trying to speedrun Medieval, with the goal being, of course, to beat the game without basically puking all over the place. And the way we did it was that we had 1 champion for each team who would play the game. And as you see in the top right, like some of our other friends were playing games on the side. Like I think they were doing Overwatch, but then occasionally like just hanging out. And of course we were all drinking and getting drunk and all that stuff. And we couldn't really do it more than 2 players, so we decided to do it that way. And then whoever's champion you chose would be the one you would be drinking along. So me and my friend Mark here, we were the ones who were playing. and we basically had to, you know, it was just for shits and giggles to see how bad this would go. Because I found some drinking rules online for like a Skyrim drinking game years ago, and I thought, oh, well, let's try and do it with medieval, just to try something different, and then live stream it because why not? We didn't know what we were doing back then, so we like rigged a webcam in the corner of this living room to show this both monitors at the same time, because we couldn't do regular screen capturing because none of us had capture devices. And then we had another webcam to film us throughout the entire thing. So it went pretty badly, let's just put it that way. One of my friends here, he's not, oh yeah, he is, he's sitting right there. He was working as a bartender at the time, and he had made us some raspberry drinks, which were supposed to be like these chalice shot things. So for instance, whenever you obtain a chalice of souls in the game, you're supposed to take one shot, and there's like, what, 20 plus chalices in the game? Like, just generally speaking, this is not even conservative, even though it looks like it at a first glance, because there's like just a lot of booze that you take in within just the first hour of the game. It was pretty bad. Which one is you? That would be the one sitting right there. The third guy. I don't even have that t-shirt anymore. I don't know where it went. It kind of disappeared at some point. But yeah, everyone agreed to live stream it. It was a heck of a time, and we did it for like it normally takes me like 6 hours to play through medieval or something, and it was a long evening. It was wacky. And then after that, we also played Guitar Hero of all things. Got pretty dang drunk. I don't look like a saint back then. That's probably because my hair is up in a ponytail. Also, this is like blurry as shit, so. But yeah, that's when I made my Twitch channel, so there you go. Adding to the Dragon King lore, I suppose. My origin story, if you will. And then fast forward to last summer, when I wanted to get into streaming, because I was like at a point in my life where I didn't really have anything going. Like I still am unemployed, and I was trying to get a job, but it wasn't really working out. So instead of sitting around staring at a wall all day and just playing video games by my lonesome, of course it's fairly similar, I thought, okay, let's try and do something different. So streaming is pretty much what it went into, because I've always wanted to try and do that a little bit more, and here we are today. With that reminds me, the 200 delayed 200 follower celebration stream, I'm wanting to do that next weekend actually. I've got a plan for what we're going to do, and I'll try and spice it up a little bit. It's not going to be super different from a regular stream, but what I've currently got planned is to do it Saturday, and what we'll be playing is Noble Fates and maybe some Clone Hero, whichever games you guys are pretty much into. We can do some Riftbreaker with crazy settings. Anything's literally on the table, so if you've got something that I can prepare within a week, then let me know. And I'll see if I can't make it happen. And I'll try and make it a long stream as well, have some food prepared so we can really give it some juice. And yeah, hope that you guys would like to come and celebrate this deleted. I don't have tribalware, but I have something else, Toto. Factorio. I actually have a Factorio run currently just standing still right now, Valley, so I don't think I want to return to that as like on a celebration stream though. But maybe some other time. Rusty plate. Oh, that requires steel plates. Ew. Ew. I don't have that game, sorry. I do not have that game, and I can't afford it either. I've been saving up for the Skywalker Saga. Elden Ring, I don't have that game either. Also, don't think that's my kind of game, to be honest. If you want to know what games I do own, you can go and check my Steam profile out. It's in my panels if you're curious. Moist paving as opposed to white concrete paving. Polished paving. Then you need concrete. I think I'd rather just use regular bricks. Seems a little bit annoying to make that stuff. Because I think the exterior of the factory is just going to be like the rest of this place, using gneiss and deep slate tiles. That's what I've used for the walls in this place. There's also what's used for this building. Well, this is deep slate, but it's a different type of deep slate. Even though gneiss is a little bit annoying to acquire. Something masochistic. That would be like, I don't know, trying to play Super Mario 64 with one hand or something. That would be masochistic. Or just trying to play Xenoblade Chronicles with my current Switch controllers. Because the drift literally makes it unplayable. What can we use? This score from Goblins and Dungeons has a few variant blocks. Looks suspiciously close to, is it called Blackstone again? Yeah, Blackstone. But it's just a little bit different. Because Blackstone has that purple-ish tinge to it. So although the brick versions of these two stone types are very similar, there's a slight difference. But I don't think that's what I want for the floor. Yeah, I guess you could say that. I guess you could say I've played Terraria before. Just maybe. Just maybe. Just tells me that one of my moderators doesn't even know what games I've played. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Does it do the same thing? Allows you to stand on what are they called again? Magma blocks. 30 seconds. I mean, you don't really need that to stand on magma blocks. If you crouch, you don't take damage either. It's a shame these deep slate or dripstone, not deep slate, dripstone is such a pain to acquire. It looks pretty nice, the block variants you can make with it. Could also use just some vanilla blocks. What about salt? Oh yeah, there's also the Create scoria. Got like that dark and weathered look. Look. This could work for like a factory floor, maybe. Scoria and mud bricks. Aren't mud bricks a pain in the ass to make though? You can't really do much with them either, can you? No. I don't even know how you make mud from Biomes of Plenty. I think you can make more of it. Could be wrong, but I think you can. Ionite. Oh, that's using mushrooms. Okay. Interesting look to it. Would be a total pain in the ass to make a lot of those. I want to take a look, see. But Toto, you're just not being able to get in? That sucks. I'm back in the game now? I mean, I've been here the whole time, but... but yeah, I think we fixed Vali's issue at least. I don't know what to do about you, Toto. Because the disconnect thing, I mean, you could try and give me your log as well. Wrote me 30 minutes ago? Oh yeah, you said you can't find my tunnel. Right. Well, let me go and... Actually, I don't even need to go there. I can just switch to the nether. So this is your claim ammo. And standing at level 14 is literally like north of there. So if you find this Soul Sand Valley biome, you'd be able to find it fairly easily, I would imagine. The only Soul Sand Valley biome to the north of you, or the first one at least, has some kind of structure layout planned for factory at the moment. Repair, install, hopefully it works. Okay. Fingers crossed. I mean, if it's a disconnect from the server, there's a possibility that it would show in the log as to why you're disconnecting. Or, no, wait, that would be in the server's log, and I don't have access to that. No, you don't want to go for the claim ammo. Don't dig for the claim. Just dig straight north from your claim, because my staircase goes from my claim here and then down. So it's to the left of my claim is where the, actually a little bit southwest of the claim is where the digging has been happening. So if you've just gone to the claim, then there won't be anything. There is a tunnel around your claim now at height 14. No tunnel going out of your claim at 14. Oh, okay, so that's what you said. You've dug towards there so I can go to your place. Okay, I get it. I think. I think I get it now. My bad. But you were just having issues finding it is all. Where do I have my shrooms? Up here. Take these and some bone meal. Let's go and farm some mushrooms. So by the way, Ammo, if you need XP, you can go to my place, but you already know that. I think. I've shown you this, right? I've got like 3 mob farms here. Next to my nether portal, actually. There's also the room where I grow my mushrooms, actually. Oh, there you go. You do. So if you need blaze rods, wither skeleton skulls, or spider eyes and string, get it all here. Is there... What? Okay, there's like a fish that turns into about 5 brown mushrooms. Okay. Not exactly what I expected. If it don't work, then borrow your entry pass. Oh, you can't use the levers? Oh, right. That's... Oh. I think... let me just do something here. FTB teams. Party. Allies. Add. Ammo Pika. I don't know if you have to do the same thing in reverse. I don't think so, but you might be able to do that now. Wally, did you make sure that you actually could you could start up in single player, right? Yeah, 8 hours and 30 minutes remaining. It works. All right. Still the same. Yeah, and I take it you don't get like it wouldn't be on your end. The log would. That sucks. I'll have Peak take a look at the server log when he gets home, but that's like unfortunately the only thing I can do right now. She tried, I think. She can load into Minecraft just fine, but she disconnects. She gets a disconnect message when trying to join. Oh, you also tried doing that. Okay, yeah. Because Peak was having issues getting into the server yesterday, and it said something like in the logs that it had problems placing his character into the world or something. And I can't remember if he said he did what he did to fix it. Or if it was down to like a server restart, which I can't do. Lower your graphics. I mean, the most likely cause of a disconnect would be from a timeout would be because you're taking too long to load into the server. But we had like an issue where the server was actually crashing when I was trying to load in because after the update, because it was taking too long to respond, and then the server just like overstepped its own tick limitations and then crashed. But that shouldn't be happening anymore, otherwise wouldn't be playing. Maybe Asian internet not fan of server. Oh yeah, it's that Danish dedicated server address or whatever. But you were on the server before, so that that's why it's confounding to me. There's definitely something that happened after the update. Now, just for good measure, something we talked about, him and me, yesterday, is that we want to try and remove all the client-side mods from the server to try and remove any possibility of weird stuff happening that, you know, shouldn't be happening. Forge mods have gotten a little bit better on that regard because they they now have like a system in place that tries to detect client-side mods and disables them if you launch a server that has client-side mods there. But it's not entirely perfect. And we at least have had to straight up remove like certain mods, including that better loading thing from the server because it's strictly client-side. And before going to bed yesterday, around midnight, I did finish up writing down all the mods that I could find that were client-side. And yeah. Hopefully when he gets on at some point and he isn't completely exhausted, we can get a look at it and maybe that's gonna fix it. Erase this server. Yeah. Seems that way. Whatever the case, I just do hope that we find a resolution because it's like every time you set time aside to play on the server, you're just like wasting like hours. I mean, you would still be watching most likely, but still, I kind of feel bad for you. And a little bit helpless. But yeah, I can't really do anything at the moment, I suppose. But when you do get into the server, because eventually it will work, I've thought about like if we should oh shit. What? Yeah, the Windows key by accident. I've been thinking that if we want to one stream, we could try and do like a community area or something. I mean, I could do that, Molly. If you want to help out testing. A game I'm not a fan of. Oh. Well, if you promise to be on your good behavior, we can make like a bit of an exception because you've been pretty dedicated trying to at least get it to work. What do you think, Ammo and Hemp? Just to get like two other people's second-hand opinion, I guess. Yeah. Say it's reasonable. Mm-hmm. Wow, that's some payback. Probation. That might be a good contingency plan. I mean, it is supposed to be like initial filter for people that just only come in here, see the MC tag, and as I said, just kind of get access to server. Because usually that's also like a pretty good deterrent, actually. People come in asking that, and we do the exclamation mark MC command, and they're like, 10 hours, and then they leave. So in that regard, it's already doing its job preemptively because they can't be asked to even stick around to watch like even an hour, it seems. It's like, oh, can't get access to the server, then I don't even worry about it. See ya. But yeah, okay. We can do that. I think Peak would be fine with that. I suppose someone else had the Volley username when you did that. And someone already did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Unless there's actually some meaning behind those letters. Yeah. Abo's pretty damn strict. What could go wrong? Oh, everything. He could be stealing all your crops. You can actually still, like Peek and I, we found out that you can still right-click harvest crops in someone's area, even though it's got claimed by FTB chunks. Oh yeah, by the way, I haven't really put any emphasis on this, but I also made this recently. Not my proudest build, but you know, it does the thing. Play single player, someone asked if they could join. You asked, join what? That was funny. Yeah. That was. It's supposed to look a little bit primitive too, so take that into account. Could be lava, not water. But this is like... You know... Dragon mad at rock? Why would... What? What do you mean, Toto? Or do you say, I made a rock? Can't you tell what this looks like? I mean, come on. It at least looks somewhat like a dragon head or something. It is supposed to look a little bit tribal though. God damn it. If it had lava. A dino head. Okay, thanks. If it looks like a reptile, that's good enough for me. Should I mention that I've got like a resource pack on? Oi. Oi. By the way, Toto made ammo skin. Auto lava farm with Create and other portals. Can you though? Because don't you need netherrack in order to make lava? Or at least some kind of stone, I suppose. The issue is you need blaze cakes though in order for it to be warm enough, and that requires blaze cake base, requires cinder flour, which requires netherrack, which is what your problem is to make it fully automatic. You can't just do that, Wally. You can't just suck up lava from the nether here. That would be too easy. You can do that just with them pillar things that are for you mean the dripstone? There's no way for you to transport liquid from the nether to the overworld automatically on this. You can't just make an ender tank and transport it through. Buckets? Yeah, but how then? How would that work though? How would that be automatic? Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, thanks. Isn't that's like a thing you put down, isn't it? Shepherd's pie. I've got some apple pie and sweet berry cheesecake over here if you want some. Oh, that's not one of those. Okay. Are all these... Those are all eaten, like, inventory, right? Oh, okay. Make it lava? Ow. And buckets into the portal. And use a filter thing to fill them. Yeah. I mean, you definitely need to chunk load some stuff. And it still wouldn't be... Like, it would be automatic, but it would still be... limited. There's a limitation on how long it would... Like, it would not run forever, because eventually you would run out of lava. Wait, what? Are you serious? That's a thing? Hold on, what? Is that like... Are you for real? How do you make a cold run again? That's just like some ingots and stuff, right? I cannot spell the cold run. What? Is it not called a cold run? I wasn't really playing on Kyo's server for that long. I think I was on there like 2 sessions. So... Oh, it is Cauldron. Fucking... Swear to God, man. English language sometimes? Just E. You buckethead. Oi, watch it. Got a cauldron. Like, fuck's sake. Access denied. God damn it. And use my spelling, lol. No, I knew that much. I knew that much. Let me just walk down to the deep underground in a straight line. Need to go a bit further. Can't remember. Oh shit. Do I even... I don't think I've got any exposed lava anywhere now that I've... I'm trying to think if this is even... I think it might be easier for me to just go to the nether, honestly. That's right. Yeah, I'll just go to the fucking nether. How's that can not empty? Toto, stop fucking drink shaming me here. Alright. I assume it's not that difficult. Played by Wild and Hunter. Rip. Rip pepperoni. I actually do have a dripstone set up for growing this shit, so I can get more of it, but it's so bloody slow, it's ridiculous. So I guess you didn't do that on... We didn't do that on the... Why do I have so much delay on stream? What do you mean? In what sense? What kind of delay? Then why do you say so much delay? I mean, I have a potential answer for you. I just want to clarify first. First of all, Toto, though, I do try and enjoy my drinks. Yeah. I mean, you gotta think that it goes to restream first, which adds a couple more seconds worth of delay. And then from there it goes to Twitch, which has its own delay. And to YouTube, which has its own delay. And Facebook, which has its own delay. I think, is it Facebook that has the most severe delay of all of the platforms that I'm using? If I remember correctly. It's like much worse on Facebook. But yeah, you basically gotta add whichever platform's delay on top of a restream, so. That would be the answer to why. Okay, so let me just try and see if I can figure this out on my own. Where are you? Not really getting anywhere with this factory because now I'm getting sidetracked. Just check all this stuff in here for now. Do blame Self-Fire though. This is Silky Touchy. Just do it here. Actually. Go down a little bit to another floor. Yeah, around here should be fine. So what's Aura? That's the mod called Nature's Aura. If you want to mess around with it. I've not gotten too far into it myself, so I can't like give you a completely in-depth version of how it works. You know. This is what I expected would be what you would have to do. But I think now would be the right time to try and see what it actually needs. Oh, do they have to be on do they have to be on a dripstone block as well? If I remember correctly, for dripstone itself to grow, it has to be on dripstone. Oh, you've been busy. Holy shit. And obviously you don't want dripstone itself to be growing, you only want the lava, but this does not seem to work. So I assume that's what you mean. That seems a little bit OP as fuck. So that's like a vanilla thing now? Just used it, okay. Oh, I forgot that that's where the crystal was. No. Further up, isn't it? Oh yeah, okay, it's just cross. Unused crystal, man. There it is. Ah, fuck. Should have seen that coming. It's vanilla, huh? Which areas of expertise are you good in? Yes. Come back in like 5. Oh, okay. I didn't expect it to be instant either. That's interesting though. I don't think Peak knows about that either. But it sounds immensely useful. That being said though, I did add some craft tweaker way to automate this completely. Actually, there are multiple ways, I think. I don't know if you can make blazing quartz out of like ex nihilo, but for craft tweaker I added this recipe. So if you want to, you can technically make a nether wart farm and a cobblestone gen and make netherrack that way as well. And then smelt that down to lava and then use that lava to power itself. And thanks for giving it a go, Toto. I hope we can get it working soon. Got a bunch of lava buckets for your auto smelter as fuel. Yeah, that's also what I was thinking. That it's like gonna be able to use this fuel source too. Probably not as OP, you know, as some other things in the mod pack, but it's just definitely useful knowledge. Now, yes. Masochist 7 days. I expected so. Have fun, Toto. Have fun. Want some of these saplings? No thanks. I already got some of those. They're pretty good for getting apples with. Oh, that's the fucking goblins. Like, what's that munching sound? Yeah, that's true, wood. I would probably still use spruce trees, though. That's because I also like using it as a wood for building things. Now... But yeah, Toto, do send me a log if you would, in case you have anything, just for good measure. Just so that if you go to bed while I'm looking at it, then I at least have some material to look at. That sounded weird. Don't need melons, but you can get some. I'm just gonna leave you guys to it. Huge melons. Squeeze those lemons. Lemons, melons. Oh, you are in my place. What the... Okie dokie. Sneaky bastard. For this building, I used the deep slate bricks, right? Probably make some of those. Is that just like this? Not quite, is it? Nope. This is a little bit faster, I think. Okay, how do we do this? I think I want to do this similar to that storage building over there. People are talking to you. Now, calm down, children, calm down. Okay, so what if we do like this? Your magnet is weak. God damn it. What's the fucking key for that again? There we go. If you press H, that's at least the default key for toggling your magnet. Fucking Lord of the Rings into that one. Good luck with that, Hamp. I am looking forward to see what you come up with. I need another metal block of some sort. There are the iron plate blocks from Quark. I don't know if those could work. They're a little bit plain though. Hanging Gardens of Babylon. That's pretty much what I'm building. Chiseled iron ore bricks. No, really cut it. What would be a good way to find some blocks that could be compatible? I have an idea. Let's try and see what we can make out of ingots. I might regret this, but let's give it a go anyway. See what we find. Careful, the guardians in the water. Make some gold blocks. Could be interesting to embellish it with gold blocks. Oh, Architect's Palette also got these plating blocks. See, normally I would just use the chiseled mod, but unfortunately the revival called Rechiseled doesn't have any factory blocks in it yet. And as a result, all of the blocks that I'm used to using, they just don't exist. And I really miss the factory blocks from that one. The laboratory blocks were also pretty good. But yeah, unfortunately that mod is not being updated for 1.18.1 yet, as far as I know, so... You're kind of stuck with whatever else you can get your hands on. Like so many things to make with iron ingots. Not a lot of them are like straight up building blocks though. Hopper enhancement. Alright. Not sure what that's for. And ender pearl, so maybe that's like a hopper that sucks in stuff or something. Okay. That didn't really give me a lot to work with. So... Architect's palette had something, but... don't know if it's gonna be to my preference. We can try and make some though. Not like I don't have the materials for it, at least. So, how do these blocks behave? Are they just gonna be square metal blocks? That seems to be the case. Yeah. Not exactly what I was hoping for. I think I have an idea though. Alright, Hemp. I see you. Check you out later. Hope you get some more time to my hair go burr. Alright. Hope you get some more time to hang out on the server. But yeah, what if we invert it like that? Maybe that could work. You say gold bricks. Architect's palette got these gilded sandstone blocks, which I've kind of been contemplating taking a look at. The sandstone might work well enough together with gneiss to actually be compatible. From what I understand from this mod's page though, they're redesigning how these ore blocks are supposed to work, because they've got like redstone ore bricks, lapis ore bricks, gold, iron, emerald, and even diamond stuff. Also coal, of course. Doing some redesign on that, so it'll be a while. You can also make this sun metal stuff. In order to make that, it's a expensive process. Golden nuggets, soul sand. They look really cool though. Should we try and make some sun metal just to see what it's like? Don't know if I can afford building an entire factory out of it, even though it's just golden nuggets. Like golden nuggets instead of like an entire bar. But we can give it a go. So, golden nuggets. Take 2 sticks of that, and I should have plenty of soul sand here. And then, do we just smelt this? And stone. Looks fancy as hell. Yeah, you just smelt it. Doesn't seem like it goes into a... Yeah, we would have to do this for a regular furnace. Okay. Which means I need to refuel them because they were running a little bit low. This is where a Create smelting facility would be really useful, I think. But we don't have that, so we can't do that. This is all I got. Goody good. Put that kelp in there. Yeah, that's gonna take a second. The lamps from this mod are also pretty cool. They're not like a super strong light source, so they're really good for creating ambient light. Even though, you know, all light in vanilla Minecraft is all the same color, but at least having different fancy blocks that can emit light is kind of cool. These tough blocks also look kind of cool. They got a very weathered, rough look to them. Not really that expensive to make either. If I recall, in order to get these twisted saplings, you throw those through the nether gate, yeah. Use those to get twisted wood. So these probably, yeah, they're just like straight up blocks. They look a little bit like metal blocks that way. So what can we do with these? Make them turn them into chiseled blocks and pillars. Okay. You can also make some metal bars. But I guess the core block would be this this one that we have right now. What about this? What do they look like if you stack them side by side? That looks kind of cool. Yeah, that could work. Put that instead of the square metal blocks that I have currently at the bottom, maybe? Just to sort of swap the, like, add a little bit more of color to it because these are a little bit boring and gray. Yeah, that might work. I'll probably still keep the rest as these deep slate bricks. Or we could actually add some different color to it. Surely we've got like some more brownish stone that we could use that isn't like granite or something. Let's see, what do we have? What is this? This is Jasper from Quark. I seem to remember where you could get more of this stuff if needed be. But maybe this color would be a little bit better. Because what else do we have? We have this. You just have to make the whole thing out of black bricks. Yeah. I mean, that's also fine. That's not what I'm going with for, of course. If I want some more fancy shapes, though, I would have to go into re-chiseled and then be limited by vanilla blocks, mostly. I think it's actually just vanilla blocks, period. Still, though, 5 pages worth of different block patterns. Pretty good. Pretty good. But yeah, then I would probably make dirt blocks. I mean, don't really want to make it out of dirt blocks to get the color. Otherwise, it would have to be some kind of wood type as well, which could work. I mean, this current building is made out of wood, but doesn't really scream factory. And though I could also use scoria from Create, if memory serves me right, it's a little bit more of a pain in the ass to get than Jasper. I think this might, yeah, that's much better. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to go for. Gunmetal blocks, Jasper, and those iron beams from Embellish Craft. Taking me a while to figure out what I wanted to do, but hey, I'm getting there. Part of the process, you know. Messing around with the blocks. Because back in the day, I would also just, you know, use regular gray bricks. Means I don't need... I do need deep slate. Nah. These in here. Let's just put that in the flower box. Yo, Ammo, what's going on? I mean, Vali, are you being generous now? Genuine now? I mean, you should... Ammo has no idea how you would be flying if you're flying right now. And is a little bit suspicious when someone like barely into a server is already able to fly. So I think it would be a good idea to give a genuine answer instead of just trolling. And just saying I'm just better isn't an answer. It doesn't help making it less suspicious. Okay, well, what item? Can you link it in chat? I'm curious. A book? Okay. If you press Shift T, you can link things in chat. Ah, there you go. I guess you found that in a loot somewhere. Because that's the thing, like, we don't know what's in the mod pack, so... in that regard, I haven't personally messed around with a lot of the magic mods, so it's sometimes a little bit difficult to tell apart whether or not someone's actually using hacks or using magic. So so Emma was asking as a moderator of the server and stuff to make sure you weren't actually using hacks. Because obviously that wouldn't fly. No pun intended. It's like not being straightforward when it comes to moderators is like playing with fire. You're literally asking for it then. Shouldn't have to say that, but there you go. So pretty much got all the blocks. Question is, do we even have enough Jasper to build the whole thing? I think I need another backpack at this stage. Crap. I don't know where Hap went. I mean, Hap said that it had to go somewhere. Gilded sandstone, Gilgamesh's chambers. So maybe he had to ninja leave. Can't even hack in modern Minecraft except X-ray. That doesn't sound right. I don't know. The extent of how it all works. I put all the, I think I put all the wool in here. Two in there. The fuck? Yeah, one should be enough. I should honestly just make a ton of backpacks because I know I'll end up using a lot of them. Boopy-doop. Boop-boop-boop-doop. Let's call you building. Make it a little bit easier. What color should we give this? I think this one is red. Maybe just a white color just to tell it apart easily. Oh, that's fucking light gray. What am I doing? Fucking bone meal. Guys, I want to put all this stuff into a dedicated building backpack. Because this is the one I use for mining as a filter to it at the moment. Parts are good. That means I can put that away. While I'm at it, I guess I might as well look at this. I need to go and grab some more jasper before I can really build this thing, it seems like. What do you need to do? Okay. Oh, right, you need fucking, you need endstone. That's right. Okay, well, guess I won't be making any filters anytime soon. Okie dokie. Well, first things first, let's go and grab some of that stuff. Get some time. I do have a mine over there. There you go, Toto. Fucking can's empty. What? Oh, right. So let's see, this granite. Playing Slither.io. Alright, are you winning? Is that wood on the floor? Which which ones? This is all stone. Limestone, dripstone, ochrum, calcite. Too laggy for you. Oh, that sucks. Granite, of course. Deep slate. Like you might already know this, but Create added like a bunch of new stone types, like ochrum, for instance. And if you grind that up, you have a good chance of getting crushed ore out of it. Like a 20% chance for crushed ore and a singular nugget per thing. So considering that it's just a stone type, it's not shabby. I seem to recall that Jasper had a tendency to spawn in large quantities in, or only in desert areas. It does seem like I don't even need to use Silk Touch for this. Amazing. Thank God, it seems like this is going to be a little bit more convenient to farm than the gneiss. So that is very nice. I still can't get over that fucking pun though. Gotta thank Ammo for that one. Then again, it was a pretty obvious one. Got to get your girlfriend. Alright, Ammo. The fuck? Interesting. You're around, I suppose. By the way, I found out something pretty interesting about this cobblestone type from Many More Ores, which is a newer mod made by a new modder on CurseForge. So let me try and illustrate here. So normally, right? If I were to put a light source here, fine. We put a light source there and put down a wall, of course. It blocks light. Pretty standard, you know, Minecraft logic. That's exactly what you'd expect from Pobble as well, but turns out that it works just like glass. It doesn't block light of all things. Which gives this weird ass effect where it's like a wall, but light still passes through, both from like a light level perspective, but also from like client side lighting perspective. And I only discovered that recently by accident because I was mining in the underground. I always thought that was something weird when mining this Pobble stuff, that light would behave weirdly around it, but I couldn't quite figure out what was going on until I noticed that there was lava underneath where it was. And turned out that, yeah, it's it doesn't block light. It's a completely solid block that doesn't do that. So kinda neat. Generally speaking, the Many More Ores mod is pretty cool. It does need some more work, but it's got potential. Because it adds, like, as it implies, many more ores to the regular Minecraft world, to the Nether and the End. Which, you know, gives you alternative materials to make your tools out of. Now, unfortunately, because it is a new mod and a new modder, it means that it doesn't have any compatibility with Silent Gear. But I have been on to the CurseForge page and asked if we could get some compatibility across for Silent Gear. And now that in a newer version it's a bit more stable, the mod offerer did say that No, it was possible. They would be working on implementing some of the suggestions that come through in his comments on the mod page. So maybe if he does end up doing it, it'll definitely expand on Silent Gear quite a lot. Because I do have that feeling that without any, like, it's really difficult to expand upon the possibilities with a mod like that without adding other mods that add a ton of extra stuff that you might not necessarily want in your mod pack. So having like a mod that just adds and focuses on the ores themselves without, like, you know, it being, say, tin used for making bronze and those being used for some kind of machinery as the main purpose, and then, you know, Silent Gear basically intercepting that and say like, oh, I'm compatible with bronze, you know? But in order to get it, you're forced to get like immersive engineering, for instance, just as an example. And I don't want that in this mod pack because that's kind of what Create is there for. So that's sort of what I'm hoping that that kind of compatibility could achieve. Would be cool, at least. That being said, though, there are some obstacles which are fairly obvious when you look into it. Like one thing, for instance, Botania is compatible with Silent Gear. If I remember correctly, Mana Steel, for instance, or it used to be, it might not be anymore then. I think it was at some point compatible in like earlier versions of Botania. Kind of weird why it isn't. I might have to look up and see if there is something you can do there. But there were some things that at least I remember being compatible. But in order for that to work, for instance, it basically made your gear auto repair using mana. It kind of, you know, meant that in order for you to have access to that effect for other materials, you would have been required to have Botania in there just for the effect. Obviously, without Botania, you know, there's no usage for it because you don't even have mana. But it does mean that many more ores, for instance, couldn't just become compatible with, like, utilize something like that kind of framework. It relies on things that are already in Minecraft vanilla. Fortune 4. Oh. It's like one of the only ways you can get Fortune 4. Don't exactly have a Fortune 4 enchanting book though, and getting one would be slim. Indeed. Guess I don't really need you, Mr. Goblin. They are hecka cool though. Of course, you could buy this if you had the respective items, and then using like putting it into your craft area, turn it into a Silent Gear pickaxe if you want to make use of Silent Gear as well, because that would maintain the enchantment and it would stay at level 4. But I kind of want it on a hammer, right? That's at least what I am mostly. I am pretty much exclusively using hammers at this point. But there is ways to do that as well. Using quark, you get those, are they called tomes? I think they're called tomes? Yeah. These things. Because they allow you to enchant something, like an effect, to one additional level above their vanilla limitations. That would be the other way of doing it. Onto literally any item, but of course the challenge there is to try and acquire those books. As far as I know, they only spawn in like randomly generated loot, so a little bit of exploration would be required. I think that's an understatement. But it is at least possible. And we are using the Apotheosis mod for some of the enchanting utilities. But it's been nerfed quite a lot, so you can't exactly get looting 7, for instance. That's not a thing. It's mainly there for stabilizing some of the enchantments so that you have a bit more control over the enchanting system, amongst other things. But it has been nerfed on this mod pack version, because otherwise it would kind of negate some of the other features that are in there to the point where they're completely useless. At least as far as I know. Because I seem to recall that if you even have those tomes and say you have Fortune 7, you can't apply it because it's limited to level 4. Like, it won't allow it to go any higher with a tome. And Apotheosis enchanting with default settings get kinda OP very quickly. Almost to the point where it doesn't even make sense to do any manual harvesting at some point. I mean, it still makes sense, but you definitely don't really like... I meant to say automatic. Like, it's almost like you don't even need to automize anything, because just with Fortune 7, you get so much ore all of a sudden, it doesn't matter. Yes, that is the plan. I didn't exactly have a lot of it though, so... Kinda have to go and grab a bunch of it. And since it's gonna be the primary stone for the outer walls, I'm a little bit unsure on how much I'll end up needing of this. So, do have a waystone around this desert, or not really a desert, but you know, a Badlands biome, so it's not hard to get here. But it's like one of those stone types that only generate in hot climates like this. Also gives me the opportunity to acquire a little bit of gneiss, which, like, doesn't really, as you can tell, spawn in large quantities. Ooh. Gonna get me one of those. Cellerite pieces. Speaking of nerfing things, just reminded myself. There's like some other things that have been nerfed a little bit as well and restricted. Because if you're familiar with the mod Cyclic, there's some pretty fucking broken things in that mod. Especially when you combine it with some of the magic mods that exist. Like, for instance, there is a try and see if I can remember which one it is. It's one of these items. I mean, a lot of these items are just OP as fuck anyway, like immune to fall damage, for instance. That's a good one. There is one that's even more overpowered. Yeah, this one, Everlasting Rock Candy. Immune to damage and death by starvation is pretty OP. But there's even... No, that's not even the one that I'm thinking about. Which one is it again? Attack speed increase. Knockback immunity. Like also just being consistently invisible. What? Stables, potion particles. Immune to suffocation and elytra crashes. Ah, I think it's this one. Yeah, this soulstone. Concentrated essence from Totem of Undying. Now you can't craft this on the server for good reason. So if you have this item in your inventory, in case you're unfamiliar, it triggers the effect of the Totem of Undying. If I remember correctly, it's like not even that hard to make one of these. You need 4 Totem of Undying, and then you need another star that you turn into something else, I believe it is, which you then use to make a soul stone or something. But this works in your inventory. It doesn't even have to be in your offhand. And instead of being consumed on use, it uses durability instead. And then it just breaks when it runs out of durability. Now the issue with that is that you can combine that with an internal stella. And for anyone who knows what that means is that you're basically invincible. You cannot die by any means whatsoever. I don't even know what happens if you fall into the void at that point, honestly. But yeah, if you make that unbreakable, it means that it doesn't lose durability when it would lose durability normally. Meaning that any time something would cause you to quote-unquote die, it will prevent you from dying and not use durability because it can't, because it's indestructible. So that's part of the reason why that one is has been removed. Where's my base? That would be over here in the jungle area, or rainforest area, southeast of spawn. Buenos Uruk. Think I might have a good enough amount of Jasper to get started. Maybe even finish the build, I don't know. But Wally, I'm curious, what are your first impressions on the mod pack then? It's always nice to get everyone's opinions, of course. Like ATM 7, alright. But no tech. Yeah, I could see that. It doesn't have the super high endgame stuff either, like for fighting the dragons, you know, all the modium and unobtainium and all that racy ass stuff. I played all the mods 6, I think it was, with Peak, the owner of the server, a while back. I can't remember if Ammo was also with us on that one. A bit too long ago for me to remember. But it was actually funny. So the reason why we chose that particular mod pack is because I was looking at what was out there at the time for pre-made mod packs, right? Because we were feeling the itch to play some more modded Minecraft. And we kind of, at first, Peak was like, I kind of want to play something that's a little bit more close to vanilla, because super modded isn't really his thing. And I like modded myself, so it's like trying to cover that middle ground, so to speak. And when I was looking through the mod packs that existed, I think I looked at some of just the most popular ones being ATM 6 and MC Eternal at the time. Actually, I think it might have been MC Eternal. That I can't remember which one we played first. Well, whatever the case, yeah, I think it might have been the other way around. I think we played MC Eternal first, and then we switched to ATM 6 at some later point. But anyway, the reason why we chose either mod pack really is because of the Create mod. Because we weren't really like wanting to invest a lot of time into making our own mod pack. So instead, we decided to see what was already there and see if it could suit our preferences and without us having to spend like hours trying to get one working ourselves. Which is pretty much what this mod pack currently is at now. But anyways, I digress. And the sad part is that we decided on that mod pack specifically because of Create. But we never got around to actually using Create because you simply didn't have to. And it was also not exactly the most, shall we say, easiest thing to get started with compared to some of the other mods that are there. And might not even have been the most efficient at also accomplishing what other mods might be able to do better. And as a result, we ended up getting to like end game of also all the mods 6 and MC internal. And we never messed around with Create. Special block? Oh, you mean those? Those ex-petrified ores? Yeah, they're from Forbidden and Arcane as well. They also used in the Eternal Stellar recipe. Create above and beyond. Yeah, I've heard about that, but that didn't exist back then. I don't think so. But if I remember correctly, Create above and beyond, isn't that also like it goes to space and stuff? Like another thing that we wanted to avoid was a lot of extra dimensions, because dimensions, like just having the nether is already bad enough and the end is bad enough for servers. But yeah, I think Create above and beyond is like the end goal is going like building a rocket or something. I don't know. It's like a lot of the popular mod packs like ATM, for instance, they have like this end game goal you can strive for, which usually seems to me at least to revolve around either super OP like end game items to fight the ice and fire dragons that have been buffed to hell, at least in the case of ATM, and or gathering like crazy ass custom sub-assembly components towards the end to make creative items. Things that you can only normally acquire through creative mode, right? So think like infinite creative batteries, or created would be like the creative engines that just produce, you know, rotational energy out of thin air. Which technically isn't really that necessary. I mean, it's kind of already how it works to begin with. But you know. Or at least you can make it that way. Regardless though, it kind of felt that those mod packs, for most of the time, feel a lot like you're playing the progression of the mod pack for progression's sake. And at least what's happened in my case and others as well is that you get to that point where, you know, you've gotten unobtainium or whatever, and you're doing 1600 damage with a single swing of your sword. Regular enemies can't even touch you anymore, because if they do, they just die. And they don't even do any damage. And you just feel like empty because you've done all the content there is to do, and you don't really feel any desire to build anything creative. Now, that's fine if people, you know, some people prefer that kind of play style. Play a mod pack until you run out of content and then switch to something else, or take a break until something new comes out. For me personally, it's more of a thing where ATM 6, for instance, or ATM in general, is good for, I mean, it's a kitchen sink mod pack at its core, with some kind of gating in there, of course. But what it does well is that it showcases a lot of mods for those that might not have played modded recently, or just much in general. And that's also what we used it for. So instead of making, you know, random picks ourselves and looking at literally every mod, we're just like, oh, this is a kitchen sink mod pack, go play it. And then we'll figure it out as we go, you know? But it does have that issue of like, oh, here's all these different, like 7 mods that all accomplish the same thing in one degree or another. And you just choose which one you want to go with, and then the rest is just bloated clutter that doesn't even need to be there for all intents and purposes. And for some, that means that you don't have a sense of direction on where to go, because there's literally 7 different ones that all lead to the same end result. So for this mod pack, what we wanted to achieve was center it originally around Create, and then look at mods that added content to Minecraft that you could use in combination with Create. Say like a mod pack would have this kind of crafting session chain of things that you might want to be able to do automatically, and then enable players to do that with Create, because Create already is quite versatile because it's such a, how should we say it, flexible mod in a lot of sense. And here we are. This is a result of that sort of design approach, if you will. Because we do want to promote creative builds as well, which is something I think that Create does really good too, because it actually makes you think a bit more about the structure of things, how to put things together. So you get to work with it a little bit more in that sense. And it's not just for making you know, progressive items. It's equally as much for making just fun contraptions. On the old server, one of the first things that Ammo started working on with Create was making an elevator. And it just kept expanding, like, the design specifications of this bloody thing. So, oh, we could make like, we want it to just be 2 stops, but can we make like a ding sound when we reach either floor? And can we make like a sliding door that closes down so you don't fall down the the elevator shaft when it's not running and stuff? And it worked. I mean, you can make that, and yeah, make it work, most importantly, just with the components that were already there. I also myself tried to make didn't work so bloody well, but it, as a proof of concept, it kind of did. The issue was I tried to make like a mining machine that would automatically put down rails and dig a tunnel, so that I could basically tell it to dig a straight tunnel somewhere, and we would have a railway line going between people's bases, because we didn't use waystone back then. So in order to traverse between locations, you needed to use what was already in there. And unfortunately, minecarts based contraptions in Create are a little bit wonky. Essentially, it would just randomly despawn at some point. And that was a bit of a major bummer, because it sort of removed my interest in trying to make another one, because I basically had to redesign the whole thing from scratch again if I wanted to, which is not a simple matter when you're wanting it to also put down rails and also replace the floor with specific blocks. So, but you know, we were just messing around with it pretty much. I also had a, I mean, it's on like the YouTube VODs. It's on there because I was also streaming it there. I made a chorus fruit farm, which doesn't sound so bad, but it's actually like a massive engineering task to try and make a automated chorus fruit and flower farm in Minecraft. Because one of the biggest issues is that in order to get the chorus flowers to begin with, the gathering or the block breaking process of that chorus flower has to be registered as a player destruction event, or whatever you want to call it. So you can't just use like the mining drills from Create. You had to use the deployers to do it with. And you needed to harvest the chorus flowers in a certain order in order to get all the flowers before you would break the stem. Because if you broke the stem, then all the flowers would disappear and you wouldn't be able to replant it consistently. And I actually managed to make one farm work 24/7 and actually gradually get more chorus flowers and fruit over time. It wasn't fast, but it worked. I was pretty proud of it. It was a pretty big challenge to make it work. I think I spent like, how long must I have spent on that? Like the good part of a week on different days, you know, a couple hour sessions just to get it working. And I think for the actual factory itself, we're talking about what, like 4 complete redesigns where I had to remove everything and rebuild it. So it was definitely a learning process for sure. It's also a good way to learn how to use Create, by the way. Yeah, that's probably the most complex thing I've made, though. If I should choose one thing, that is. Alright. So... I think I want to keep the style of the storehouse over there and continue those nice pillars up alongside the building just to give it a bit of depth. And then on the inside, like I'm doing over there, I use the deep slate blocks or pillars on the interior side. So that would be something like that. Go. Use quark for this. Name useful. Been like 4 hours, but we might be building the. Yeah, I know. That's usually how it works, isn't it? Isn't that how it works? At least with me, Cellfire. But you should know that by now. You know, that's just how it is. Good things take time. Now I'm thinking if I can also integrate water into this design, but one step at a time, I think. One bloody step at a time. The question is, I get away with... No, I cannot. Bummer. We can still make that work, though. I'll figure something out. Because I don't want it to just be like at the same level as the ground floor on the outside. That way the factory doesn't end up having to be like super tall, at least, if I do it this way. Guess we can... And this... That means I have to figure out what to do about these walls now. Oh wait, actually maybe a shovel might still be. This would be the ground floor down here, so that's where we would be using these Mionite bricks. Factory floor. That's gonna work just fine. I could use some deep slate there. Hmm. See what that would look like. I don't think I've got any in my bag, do I? Oh, I do have some slate tiles. Light. Got some slate. Yeah, those, and maybe just those. Then we do like this, is what I was thinking. Yeah, maybe that could work. Because then, go and grab some of those light emitting blocks that I've been using other places. Integrate those into the design as well. There we have them. These are actually pretty cool, because these work like log blocks. So depending on the placement, like you can orient them different ways, right? So if you want the diagonal, like the long lines, as like a light source instead of that donut-shaped square, whatever, you can do that. So in other words, I could do like this, basically. That's what I was thinking. Not quite the same color, but it does. I like it. Seems to work. And they emit light by a pretty good amount, so. Be pretty good. Where does this go? It's just like a dead end. Nope, this does go underground. Like when I got here, there is like a cave that goes all the way down to where my staircase is. But I just decided to cover up with some blocks because, damn, falling down that pit. No, thank you. Also had the issue of constantly being harassed by mobs that would come out of the darkness down there. Not want that. Don't get sidetracked in the cave for another 2 hours. Gosh. I know what I'm doing. He said. Nah, I don't really have anything to go and grab down there, so it's fine. I think we've got all the materials at hand. Oh yeah, something I found out, which is kind of cool by the way, regarding silent gear. So some players initially might decide to make their initial gear, well, relatively early on at least, would get their gear upgraded to iron tools, right? And one issue that I at least encountered, and I think Peak also noticed with 1.18.1, is that due to the new ore distribution, vanilla ores like iron all of a sudden are a little bit harder, not hard to find, but getting like large enough quantities to also sustain all your tools constantly wearing out. Because, you know, an iron tool from Silent Gear, though it's pretty good, doesn't have that much durability. And you already need a lot of iron for other things in a mod pack, so that's kind of a little bit of a challenge there. But what I found out is that if you find an amethyst geode, you can actually make Silent Gear items out of amethyst. God damn it, Toto. You can actually make Silent Gear out of amethyst. And what's special about that in this case is that amethyst is actually considered like a higher tier resource than iron. Normally you can use, like, if you really wanted to, you could use diamonds to repair iron gear as well with your repair box, simply because it's a higher tier material. And turns out you can do that with amethyst as well. Now the good thing about that is, as you probably know, if you find a geode, amethyst is a renewable resource. It just grows over time on its own. Forrest Gump's password? I don't know, what is it? Run? Or legged? One Forest, one clever. Oh, you're so fucking clever. God damn it. But seriously though, if you put amethyst shards in your repair box, you can use it to repair your iron tools. I wouldn't recommend making your tools out of amethyst though, because iron is a little bit better in that regard. It's got a higher like speed and such. It's also got higher durability. The amethyst on its own though is pretty cool. It adds the renew 1 effect onto items, meaning that it'll gradually replenish its durability just over time. And oddly enough, even though it's worse as used for like tools and weapons, it actually gives you more armor if you use it on your armor pieces than iron does. And it also means that your armor would, you know, perpetually be repairing itself over time. Think about it. I definitely use that early game. Because even though it means it has less durability, I basically never had to repair it. That's how good it was. I want to do. Think. Because I wanna add like a bit of more of a dynamic shape, so it doesn't just end up becoming a massive box. Because I have a really bad tendency to manage to do that. I'm trying to work on that, getting a little bit better at building things. Fucking this tool though, gotta say, just get a construction wand. It's not even like getting wither skulls to get a nether star is that hard, is what I figured, so. Yeah. I couldn't help it. Rune of Renewing. Potent Toxin. I really want to get into that Ars Nouveau mod at some point, because it sounds pretty OP with the spells that you can make. I haven't really like messed with many mods that add spells to the game per se. The magic mods that I have played around with in the past would be things like Botania, of course, though Peak is a little bit more well acquainted with that one than I am. And going back in time, if you will, you'd have to go all the way back to Formcraft before I would be familiar with the mod. Formcraft was pretty good though. Sadly, as far as I know, it's not being updated anymore. Or, I don't even know if you could even say updated, because it's a little bit of a mix between updated and being iterated upon. Since every version of Formcraft is the very beginning of modding, essentially, because it was one of the first, if not the first, magic mod out there. For Formcraft, it was always like every time there was a major version shift from Minecraft and Formcraft had to be updated, they kind of just redid a lot of things. So much so that like if you went and played the first iteration of Formcraft, it's radically different. I still remember it because they had the like a physical corruption that would spread throughout the world, and I remember very clearly it kind of fucked up the underground world gen stuff because it messed with it big time. It essentially added like a worldwide layer in the underground that was just like open and hollow, and then with these staircases that would lead up and down through from the deep below underground up to the surfaces in certain places, simply just to allow the corruption to spread from block to block, from surface and all the way down. And those were the good old days where if you didn't know what you were doing with Formcraft, you could really mess up your world badly, to the point where it was like borderline impossible to survive in that area if you just overdid it, because you could just make it corrupted to hell. Those good times, good times. They did tone it down for later iterations of it, of course, but I think they always had it like pretty badly on that. Like also one of the main things that people were worried about in the mod. Like, oh shit, if a player doesn't know what they're doing, they could just destroy an entire area of the world by accident, just because they were trying to learn how to use the mod in the first place. What was this? This was Dark Oak. Dark Oak. Get those. Wonder. No, I cannot. Okay, I need my axe. Getting all the early game achievements. I know you can make like a much faster approach to this. But I really just need these right now. Could be worse though. So Zelfire, you're still on the fence of joining the server? It is a lot of a time commitment, of course. But the server is like supposed to be a 24/7 thing. The only reason why it would go down would be for server maintenance, pretty much. And of course, you know, we do try and keep that to minimum. And most importantly, of course, if someone is playing on the server, we would communicate. Wouldn't just turn the server off for people that are playing. Imagine being like in the end flying over the void or something. Like, oh, by the way, we just turned off the server. GG. No, that's not a thing. That is not a thing. The saw is kind of the 3x3 equivalent of the axe. Similar to how you have the excavator being a 3x3 version of a shovel, and the hammer, of course, being the 3x3 version of a pickaxe. But no. Like, the saw just breaks a singular block at a time if it's not connected to a tree. And it's like a log block. I could technically go and enchant this axe though. That might actually help a little bit. But it's not really like that. It's not necessary in the long run, because you can use create with the saw, right? That's what I used before in the past. It's just I kind of want these blocks right now, and I can't be bothered to make the machine, or rather the things that I want to build now are required for me to even be building a sawing machine in the first place. Because I want to get these oak beams. Because I like them. I think they're fancy. I want to use them for making windmills, essentially. And I've got my super glue. My gearboxes. Don't need cog wheels, I need shafts. That should be fine. I would need some white zinc. And where are you? I need the bearing. This is the one. Yes, you can. You can make the strip logs in the sawmill, exactly. And it's not that difficult to make either. You can make it quite fast. But I don't want to make anything temporary. Oh, Wally, you do? Let me see. Novice spellbook? Okay. Can you mine? I assume you can mine using spells. Spell break. But you need mana for it though. How does that even work in Ars Nouveau? It's instant too, alright. How many blocks are we talking though? Yeah, it regens over time. Quite fast. Fast enough though? Speed. Yeah. Let me just go and take a reference. I need to check something in this direction. Just to keep the style. I think it's just one block between. Doesn't hurt to have a little bit of consistency. Kind of like the way that I designed these wall segments, or whatever you want to call it, was to be a little bit halfway chaotic. Just so that it allows me a bit of creative flexibility without it looking completely out of place. Some gneiss. I'm lazy. I was thinking using this place for the windmills, but I guess I would want to put those out towards the edge here. They kind of take up a 3x3, don't they? At least the design that I'm going for. Something like that. Yellow thing that comes out. Oh, you mean those particles? I have no idea which mod in particular it is. It's got to be one of the magic ones. Diamonds. Getting started, eh? But yeah, I guess it's one of the... It might be the Nature's Aura mod, I don't know. But it could be so many things, though. Or maybe... a little bit. But yeah, I don't know if those particles actually imply anything, or if it's just like a visual addition added from some mod. Okie dokie. What should I use? Could do more oak beams, but should it all be the same color? Use spruce just to mix it up a little bit. Yeah, I think I want to make them that way. Was contemplating if I want to actually make it more of a traditional windmill, if you will. But I think I will. Reminds me of what Peak was doing on the old server before we decided to update. He was actually in the midst of building Duloc from the Shrek movie, like the first one. But it was a little bit creatified as well, so he had like started building his Create factory, and on the top of it, for power, he had these vertical sort of wind turbine things that, you know, with the bearing facing upwards, and then like a fourfold fan, basically. And on those wings, he had painted an F, like in blue color for Farquaad. It was pretty fitting. It looked pretty good too. It really had that industrial sense to it, if you ask me. So it's like I was considering if I should do something similar on this, but nah, I think I'm gonna keep the design to what I was already going for. Make some spruce beams. Now, how far down can these? This is A. Two, 3, 7. Because I've built something very close to this before, but I'm just trying to remember now, like, how big the wing blades need to be in order to produce enough power. Because that I cannot remember. That's gonna affect how big this thing needs to be. See, how's the placement of these again? Oh yeah. I need some more spruce. I wonder if I take these, I domum ornamentum them. I can. I can make stairs. Okay, that's cool. That's it. Ooh, I can. Ooh, okay. I can also do it with the beams directly. That's cool. Can I make stairs out of these? Ooh, you can. Hmm. That's nice. That is actually very nice. Hell yeah. Ornamentum basically allows you to make like stairs and slabs and a lot of doors and other very basic Minecraft related blocks out of a whole slew of different materials. Kind of expected this to happen. Okay, that is kind of understandable though. It's not perfect, you know, but I think this might look better than if I were to just use planks, in my opinion. Yeah, it's fine. It's nothing major. Oop. I know I need to use super glue, but just bear with me for a moment. Because I just need to sort of mess around with it a little bit. Can't remember how many of these sails you need for maximum output. That is kind of the thing that was going for. Let me just look up a windmill for reference. Yeah. I mean, it's made out of wood, so wouldn't that make it more of a windmill? Yeah, so on a windmill, the fans, they go all the way out. Technically, they do like that, but you know, this is a fantasy universe. We can get away with it. Don't know what looks better though. So if put a reference block there, yeah, that would work. I just don't remember if it has to be an 8x2 with a white sail, or if I can do it like this and it'll produce enough power. There's like an upper limit on how much energy you can produce with a windmill based on the amount of sails, of course. But I don't remember how many you need. That would be the center point, wouldn't it? You in the offhand. So how long is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because then it automatically attaches glue to it, so it becomes nice. 1, 2, 6. So it automatically becomes attached. 2, 3, 4. And of course I need to put those caps on the end. One step at a time though. That out of the offhand. Oops. Alright, Selfie, you've also been here for a good amount of hours. Basically been here for the majority of the duration of the entire stream. Spinning selfing. Thanks. Thank you very much. I can't remember. See you around next weekend if you got the time. Do remember, I will try and make a remember to make a post on the Discord as a reminder to everyone that we're doing that 200 follower celebration stream next weekend on Saturday. That is what I will be aiming towards, at least. Assuming nothing else suddenly pops up, that is what it would be. Yeah, of course. I'll be playing on the server off stream as well, so should be done by next. Nope, not like that. Next weekend, I was thinking on doing some Noble Fates, because that game has received a lot of updates and is starting to look a lot more like RimWorld at this point, and I kind of want to check it out, see what it's like these days. Now that they've had some time to work on it. Other than that, Clone Hero, whatever, pretty much, because I'm aiming towards a longer stream, so chances are you'll probably be able to catch me when I'm live, at least. For a good couple of hours if you want to stick around, that is. But yeah, Noble Fates is the main thing that I've got planned. Everything else is pretty much up for debate, so we'll take it as we go. So yeah, a multitude of games if be. Could also just end up becoming like playing with the community, whatever you guys are up to. Yes, you can chunk load. I can't remember how many chunks you have. You have 25 chunks that you can force load with FTB chunks. Other than that, you would have to there's another mod that allows you to make chunk loaders. It's the what is it called? More minecarts? Something. It's the one that adds more rails and such. It technically also allows you to do chunk loading, but at a cost. So Little bit of a heads up though. Geek was saying that chunk loading doesn't quite seem to work as intended though. At least he tried to go AFK the other day. And from what he was telling me, his things weren't doing anything while he was at work, even though it was chunk loaded. So no idea what that's about, but hopefully it's nothing serious. And, you know, even better, it's just a fluke. But yeah, we haven't had enough time to actually test it, and I haven't had the need to chunk load anything yet, so unfortunately I don't know myself. Seem to recall that if you stick these sails together, they don't need gluing. That's just what my memory tells me. Unfortunately, I would do pondering, but it's still broken. They don't? Okay. Is it just the linear chassis then? Because I know the linear chassis do. Obviously, that would be a fairly...
You're a fucking nerd.
Thanks.
You're a fucking nerd. And no one likes you. No one likes you.
Unless you're implying that Vali is the nerd in this case, because it's actually Vali that told me. I'm just asking. No, sorry, I couldn't help it. Not because I want to drag you into this. So far so good. There is actually one thing that I do want to change. That would be the middle block, just because I can. Yeah, let's use this one. There we go, that looks a little bit better. The trapdoor would make it even prettier, but I'm gonna stick with this for now. Just make it functional. Those. So we can gear. That's not gear shift, but you know, the direction downward. If I remember correctly, I have to like right click the bearing. I can't remember if it's like, yeah. All right. Oh man, the fucking blocks, they turned to regular. Oh, I guess that's kind of expected. That sucks. That sucks. Damn it. Kind of expected that once it turned into an entity, it would lose its color. Oh well, gave it a shot. Regular stairs it is. Could also make them out of metal, I suppose. Can you... Obviously you wouldn't be able to make stairs out of those, that wouldn't make any sense. Now let's just make them out of... Guess that means I don't have any use for these. Dump those. Looks a little bit petite. Might want to make the windmill a little bit taller, just to make the blades a little bit longer as well. It just looks like a chubby windmill at this point. Not like it doesn't work, but you know. Alright, so how does it say again? Right click with empty hand to attach the structure you just built in front of it, yeah. Then I think, is it the wrench? Yeah, you can use this to change the, oh shit. Oh. Yeah, you can scroll to change the rotation direction on this. Okay, so let's take the visual aspect first. See what it looks like at a distance. Oh, maybe that isn't too bad. Look half bad at least. I have like a couple of those down that line. And then I could go in and paint in the blades on that windmill. Should be good. Yeah, it's okay. Then with the water running down there at some point all the way. Bit more trees and such. Rubbery. Spice up the nature feel of this place. Should be good. But that's only half of it. The real question is, in terms of whether or not it's big enough, if it produces enough power. And I don't even remember where you check that. I assume it's up on the bearing though. $2,560 SU. That sounds about the max load from memory. It's also quite a good amount. Like the difference between torque and speed or whatever you want to put it as. So each of those were like 6 plus 1, so 7 wide, and the structure itself is 3 by 3 at its core, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, then an air block. Maybe 2 blocks of air or 3. And I could add some shrubbery in there. Yeah, that's probably going to be looking a bit better. Then we just count out 6 in the other direction. Here. And then for now, I'll just put down some markings on where the next windmill would be. Then I can just like hook them up with this gearbox and make them rotate in the right direction. Might need to use like some gear shifts in order to make it all add up at some point. But that is not exactly the biggest problem in the world. Oh yeah, I should probably mention this regarding chunk loading. Do recall, do take note that FTP chunks is team based. So if you're a team of 2, you don't get more chunks that you can have loaded in, let alone claimed. Just, you know, keep that in mind. That being said, if you have like some massive build in mind that you would like to have grief protected and it doesn't seem possible with the default or the like, yeah, the default team amount of claims that you can have, then just let me know, because we can dish out additional ones in case you have a particular build in mind. Like for instance, if you wanted to build Duloc, just as an example, that would be a pretty good grounds for because it's like such a vast area, it would probably need a lot. But yeah, that's pretty much it for that windmill. Nice. What time is it? Alright, we've got a bit of more time. My plan is to basically have those shafts go across here and then sort of redirect them over into the factory and have them pass through a wall and then hopefully reach the factory floor from here. Oh, right. Those... What did this mean that I have to make a horizontal switch here? Unless I make it go underground here and then up. Could also... Could always use wireless redstone signals in order to turn the things on and off. Yeah, because this doesn't go all the way down to ground floor, so... How high up is this? Let's just play with this spot for a moment. That's 2 blocks above ground, which would make it there. And then... Okay. That's like literally 1 block underneath here. Which would mean it would actually get out just the ground floor in the factory. In other words... If we take here, I think that would pass through that though. Doesn't mean I can't do this though. And then where do we want to pass it through here? Will work. Thus. And how is it again? Like you can make these chain drive things, right? So if I do like this, oh. A little bit cleaner. Could technically make go all the way out. that. Oh. Of course, using the right block, that is. There we go. Yeah, that might be a bit better. Oh yeah, that's true. And also take those andesite casings and put them in that. It's a bit of a similar effect. I guess actually that's probably what I should do here, isn't it? I don't know what is better for the server if we're talking pure performance, but this might be a bit more, this is kind of a bit more what I should be doing, isn't it? Yeah, this is a lot cleaner. It also tiles up with the gearboxes, so that's cool. Didn't even seem to remember that they did that originally. Yeah, but this is a little bit cleaner. That. Oop. This side. This is gonna look pretty good, I think. Not like I'm biased towards my own work or anything. This is basically like having a plug going into the wall for a power network, like electricity. For other Minecraft mods, it's basically the same thing. Only in this case, if you don't have enough power, everything just stops working. They don't just work at lower capacity, sadly. But it's fine. And do one more thing. Be in the create backpack. We need a clutch. This thing. Right now it's not really gonna do anything. At some point it will have a feature. Basically, if I attach a redstone signal to that, I can turn the whole thing off. Which is kind of what I want to do with my factory if it's not going to be operating. I don't know if that's actually necessary. Also, it's nice that these entities do fall at a distance, but it does look a little bit weird. Kind of interesting how the windmills stay in place, but I guess they did that because it's like such a huge visual element. And my guess is the way that these entities work is that they all get like mesh combined into one thing. And thus it's not like, you know, 50 individual entities, but rather just a singular one. So it's not as bad for performance. Like, it's no worse than having like a single door being, not even a door, like a single chest being rendered at a long distance. Right. Yeah, unfortunately it is getting late for me, and I've already extended the stream a little bit longer just to get this windmill done so that I could do that on stream. But I do have to go, unfortunately. Mac and cheese is calling. If I have one Wilden Wing, I have 18 Wilden Wings. I don't know what they were good for though. I need, well, if it turns nighttime, you should be harassed plenty by Wilden. So I imagine you can like get them quite easily that way. Actually, let me just keep this inventory. Yeah, I do have to go though, Valley. But have fun on the server. Where do you live? Dude, I'm not just gonna give them to you. You need to at least trade something with me. I know you need just one though, right? So that's fine. You can get one and fly. A diamond. I don't really have anything worth. Just consider it a favor. Let's say, put it like that. Yeah, usually when you ask for something, you also come with a counter offer, don't you? Okay. I have to go though, but I'll stay on the server just long enough. But I'll have to finish off this stream first. Send you all off to someone. You'll have to be a little bit patient on that. Yeah, that's what I had planned for today. Thanks to Salmon God for the raid. And of course that actually extends thanks to Killer Kyo, technically speaking, as well, because I suggested raiding Salmon God earlier today. So we've gone full circle. Well, not really full circle. Unless Kyo would be awake now to stream again, but I doubt it. Anyways, with that said, let me see if there's anyone that we can raid. Let's see. Growlcore is playing Valheim with 5 viewers. I've been playing Valheim off stream, like I haven't streamed it before. It's a pretty good game. Don't know if it's something I would like to stream though, because I do like playing it on my own time. But yeah, stick around for the raid and we'll say hi to Growlcore. Let me get in here and do that. Oh, you found a wing. Okay, good. Anyways, that's it for today. I hope you've all had a good time and that I will see you all in another stream, including you, Vali, of course. Thanks for sticking around. And again, just a reminder, next weekend on Saturday is going to be like that heavily delayed, as you can see, heavily delayed 200 follower celebration stream. We had like 200 followers around December, and I just haven't had the time to properly celebrate it with a good way. Or concept or whatever. So if you want to see what that's gonna be like, do consider popping by Saturday. I'll also be streaming on a regular stream on Friday, either Fallout New Vegas or Minecraft. It's a little bit mix and match, but if I don't see you next weekend, I'll see you when I see you, and I hope you have had a nice time. Have a continued day, and goodbye for now.